guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Building a wall on the southern border with Mexico has been a priority of the Trump administration.
He announced this week that the administration is clawing back some of the panels that had been discarded under the Biden administration, which were being sold as scrap.
We reached a settlement where we're taking the wall back, but they stole the wall from us. That wall is so expensive.
The wall panels were sitting at construction staging areas until Texas stepped in. President Trump said this week that they'll put it up, but did not give a timeline. I'm Brian Shook.
An American influencer has been cleared to leave Antarctica 6 weeks after he was busted for illegally landing on the continent.
19-year-old Ethan Guo was on a mission to become the youngest person to fly solo to all 7 continents, all while raising $1 million for cancer research. That ended when he was charged with presenting false information to ground control and landing without authorization. In exchange for those charges being dropped, a judge on Monday ordered Guo to make a sizable donation to a children's cancer foundation and to stay out of Chilean Antarctic territory for 3 years. I'm Mark Neafield.
Mars Wrigley is introducing candy without synthetic dyes next year.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has set out to get companies to drop artificial food dyes, and Mars was considered a holdout, according to the company. M&M's, Skittles Original, Extra Gum Spearmint, and Starburst Original fruit chews will not include synthetic dyes, and they'll be available to purchase online throughout the U.S. Several food manufacturers, including General Mills, PepsiCo, Tyson Foods, Hershey, and more, have already announced plans to ditch synthetic colors. I'm Chris Caraccio.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points, the S&P gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq fell by 2 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Governor Ron DeSantis says it's time to open another immigration detainment facility in the state of Florida.
Governor Ron DeSantis announcing the $6 million build-out of the deportation depot at the Baker Correctional Facility in North Florida.
It'll be able to hold more than 1,300 illegal alien detainees.
He says Alligator Alcatraz was more expensive and holds up to 5,000 detainees, but he says since it opened, more migrants are opting for voluntary departure, which means a free plane ticket home. I'm Karen Curtis.
A former GOP candidate in New Mexico has been given an 80-year prison sentence for hiring gunmen to attack Democrats.
Solomon Pena was a Republican candidate for a state house seat in 2022. Federal prosecutors say after his loss, Pena claimed he was the victim of election fraud and hired gunmen to carry out drive-by shootings in Albuquerque at the homes of 4 Democratic officials. No one was hurt in the shootings, and the 2 gunmen pleaded guilty last year. Pena was convicted of 13 felony charges earlier this year and sentenced Wednesday. His lawyer says Pena will appeal the conviction. I'm Michael Kastner.
A group armed with hammers and bear spray broke into a Seattle jewelry store and stole $1 million worth of jewelry.
The theft happened around noon Thursday at Benashie & Sons Jewelers. The suspects used hammers to break the glass and doors and entered the business, smashing glass cases and stealing jewelry. The suspects were gone when police arrived. Police have not released information about the suspects. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Well, do you see what time it is? How about that? We got us a brand new day coming our way, and that would be the greatest day of the week. Friday. Welcome aboard as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. Let's take you from coast to coast and roll into a new day, 15th day of August. Mid-month already. Yes, indeed. Ah, boy, back to school day for the grandkids here in Southwest Ohio. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A very beautiful summer night, clear skies, 74 degrees at this hour. Outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. Trust you've had a good week. Now we start looking forward to some fun times on the weekend. What's going on in the world of sports? Still got plenty of Major League Baseball, preseason football, NASCAR in action. Where are we at? I think it's at Richmond this weekend, I do believe. Silly season. We might actually get an update from Braindead, a full report coming up later this morning. As far as slowdowns around the country, not much to write home about tonight. For the big picture, it's a pretty nice night for moving freight around the country. Just a few spotty showers, a couple of clusters of thunderstorms, one little cluster in northeast Wyoming, a couple of cells in western portions of Nebraska tonight, northeast Colorado seeing a little bit of rain. You'll find spotty showers, monsoon season out west. Very scattered spotty showers. We are seeing some decent rains rolling into the Pacific Northwest, in particular, western portions of Washington on up into British Columbia. That's an unusual storm, according to AccuWeather, for this time of year, that will be bringing the potential for flash flooding, a stream of moisture that between now and Friday night, could bring up to 4 inches of rain to some areas. AccuWeather forecasts say we could see totals maybe even maxing out at 6 inches of rain for some areas there. Seattle direct, you're probably only going to see about an inch. Let's start right there as we roll into a Friday. Some of the same areas that have been at risk for severe weather the last couple of days, everything kind of extending a bit further east for the day ahead. Friday's severe weather threat will extend from eastern South Dakota into central and southern Minnesota. Northern Iowa comes into play, western Wisconsin. In that zone, maybe some localized hail and gusty winds will be the greatest threats. Into the weekend, once again Saturday, forecasters tell us a pocket of severe weather is going to be lingering over a portion of the plains, extending even further to the east into the Great Lakes region. Saturday's severe weather threat will extend again from the Dakotas through central and southern Minnesota, much of Wisconsin, and as far east as the lower peninsula of Michigan. It's possible that thunderstorms that rumble in the northeastern states may actually become locally severe on Sunday. A cool front's going to be sagging southward, pushing into a zone of very warm, humid air, the clash of the air masses. Forecasters are going to be closely monitoring a batch of showers and thunderstorms that are going to travel from the western end of the Caribbean to the southwestern Gulf here at the end of the week. And then, of course, keeping our eye, we've got the latest on Erin. We've been waiting for days. They keep saying Erin to become a major hurricane. Well, hasn't even made hurricane status yet, but that is anticipated to occur today. And now models are depicting Erin could rapidly ramp up to Category 4 for a period of time over the weekend. The area in the Gulf that has the potential to become a tropical depression before moving onshore in either northeast Mexico or the southernmost regions of Texas. It may produce enough downpours to be of concern for flash flooding in the lower Rio Grande Valley to as far north as maybe San Antonio and perhaps the Texas Hill Country, where they had the incredible flooding earlier in the summer. As the flow of moisture continues from the Gulf that will lead to an uptick in thunderstorms. Yeah, the monsoon showers and thunderstorms. Western Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, all will be in play over the weekend. Moving on to, all right, let's get the latest on Erin. Still expected to strengthen into a powerful hurricane. Could bring some heavy rain, damaging winds, dangerous surf to the Leeward Islands and Puerto Rico this weekend. AccuWeather still says a turn toward the west-northwest, likely before Erin reaches the islands directly. However, if that turn occurs a little bit later than expected, yes, the threat for more significant impacts, including flooding and damaging winds, would increase, obviously. Anticipated to strengthen and become an actual hurricane here Friday. Atmospheric and ocean conditions northeast of the Lesser Antilles will favor additional rapid strengthening. Erin becoming a Category 3 on Saturday. There's a window of opportunity for Erin to rapidly intensify into a Category 4 hurricane this weekend or early next week. As Erin strengthens, obviously the wind field, the heavy rain and thunderstorm activity will be expanding, covering a very large area. Impacting maybe the northern Caribbean. Bands of rain could produce torrential downpours, gusty winds, even though the eye of the system is expected to pass north of the Leeward Islands and Puerto Rico. Many of these bands, though, may occur as the core of the storm is past or is moving away. Now, the impacts in the northern Caribbean, they could be talking maybe up to 7 inches of rainfall. Areas where squalls persist or repeat, facing the greatest risk of flash flooding and mudslides. Wind gusts strong enough to cause some minor property damage and power outages for the northern Caribbean, where they're anticipating maybe 80-mile-per-hour winds, which would be of hurricane strength. If Erin delays that northwest turn till later Friday or sometime this weekend, we could be talking very damaging, dangerous conditions impacting the Leeward Islands. Do not underestimate the power of a major hurricane, even passing by offshore. These massive storms produce very rough surf, lethal rip currents that can impact beaches hundreds of miles away. That brings us to the eastern USA. The greatest concern is going to be building seas and surf. Massive swells generated by this storm propagating outward. As we mentioned last evening, they're saying out there in the open Atlantic, deep sea wave heights could exceed 50 feet. Now, just as a prolonged westward track could increase the risk of direct impacts in the northern Caribbean, that same delay in the northward turn could bring Erin much closer to parts of the eastern U.S. As the case is with tropical systems, there's always a level of uncertainty, but forecasters will be keeping a close eye on things there. Who we got checking in out of the box? Looks like Pappy, first on board. Must be a TGIF, huh? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. For the last time this week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust is the hotshot secret hidden bunker. Here we are, throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. Stick Shit Eliminator Power Mic indeed is on. The overnight drive, powered up, hammer down. It's 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. 75 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Yeah, let's see. Pappy is -2 back molars. Yeah, 2 extractions at 3 this past afternoon. Okay, so snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Light the tiki torch. Crack open a bottle of that favorite beverage, TGIF. All right, so a little pain medication, get you through the night there. That's not a lot of fun. Hello, Bob checks in from Michigan. Joe waving a hand from the Sunshine State. Everybody have a good weekend. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down 77 degrees here in New Paltz, New York tonight. Further to the south, we'll find Shorty rolling I-77 northbound, Wytheville, Virginia, with 71 degrees. Columbus bound. Who else on board? Marcy Ann is here with her hounds howling. Hello to all right? Jeffrey checks in from southern Florida. Hope you're doing all right there. Gilligan, morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, overcast but a warm night. In Ironton, Virginia, 74 degrees. Always remember TGIF. Toes go in first, right? Everybody keep it shiny side up. Hello to Uncle Chops, morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 73 degrees with clear skies at this hour. Cripshot is in the house watching Rifleman and listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Best radio show ever. Oh, yeah, got the popcorn as well. Let's see. Indy, what's up, Steve? 21 years CDL driver, tester, trainer here in the high mountains of Colorado. Recently found your show and enjoy listening. Lots of rambling by some of the callers, but it's not insufferable. Very good. Great to have you on board. Spread the word. Help others find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive there. Country Bumpkin in the house. Good morning from the Chicken Joker. Checking in from Georgia once again. Had a long day. Dropped a load. My reload had to have reworked 2 times. They couldn't get my load weights right. There's Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. 76 degrees, clear skies, Bloomsburg, Missouri. Got my brand new out-of-the-box, overly powerful, wide-ride, chrome-plated cow truck pointed south at a very high rate of speed. I'll kick this load off in the early morning hours in northern Mississippi. Then I'll point it west, give it some spurs, and make another high-speed trick for the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. Hang out with the hot blonde wife. How about a special shout-out to the Dipsy driver tonight from the Show Me State. Underway, rolling into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
I don't know about you, but I'll call it the greatest day of the week because it's Friday. What do you say, Captain Ron?
I say it's one day closer to the greatest day of the week.
1 day closer. Good morning. Yeah, you ready for Monday?
Well, everybody looks forward to it. That's all they think about on the weekend is how much time they've got left till they got to be at work Monday morning.
Yeah, every Sunday. Every Sunday. I don't think about it on Saturday, but come Sunday, it's like, oh, man, I used to back to the old grind.
During one of my procedures, I was talking to the nurse, and she said, she's glad it's Friday. And I said, but it's just one day closer to Monday. And she thought for a minute. She said, you're right. That's all I think about on the weekend.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think I might have topped Doc Holliday for being the smartest man in America.
Oh, is that possible?
Yeah. Well, last week on your news, you were saying something about a woman was stuck in a chimney for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
And they couldn't figure out how she got in there.
Yes.
She just fell in. I mean, how hard is that to figure out? She fell in.
Okay.
So, yeah. So I think I did it. What do you think?
You very well could be the smartest man in the world. Huh.
I very well could be. So does that mean we can call Pappy Snaggletooth now?
Well, at least you won't see it when he's smiling. It's the back teeth. But he's going to have
Yeah, I know.
It'll be a little more difficult chewing that steak now.
Exactly.
Yep.
He might already have some holes back there. Who knows? When I was 24, I think I was. No, 34. I went to the dentist with a toothache. Went back the next day, and he pulled 28 teeth.
Oh, no.
In one session. Yeah, one session. The enamel was weak, and they would just snap off.
Mm.
So they all had to come out. So, yeah, I've had full dentures for 100 years now, it seems like.
Right.
But, yeah, anyway. So, 83 degrees rolling through Gainesville this morning.
28 teeth in one day. I got to ask, I mean, so do they stitch everything up, I'm assuming, in there? That's got to be painful.
Yeah, well, of course you're numbed up, but the problem with that is I didn't have, there was no dentures made preparing for that.
Mm-hmm.
So I went 9 months without any teeth.
Wow.
Because you have to let the gums heal and the sockets fill in before you can get fitted for dentures. And then they don't last very long because, there's still shrinkage that goes on with the gums and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's horrible, but wasn't anything that I did, I guess. My mom had to have hers pulled, too, when she was young.
Mm.
So I guess it's just a family thing. So it said on the news, and I heard on the news that Florida's going to get another detention center in North Florida.
Yes.
So how about that? Florida, I guess, is going to be the detention capital, I guess. That's what it's looking like.
I'm trying to remember. They're coming up with fancy names for all these. Was it Deportation Depot, I believe? So you got Alligator Alcatraz. It's going to be Deportation Depot.
Yeah, something like that. But where was that other one? Was Speedway something, wasn't it? That was in Indiana.
Yes, right. What the heck was
Speedway,
that?
north of Speedway, Indiana, or something.
Yep.
But yeah. So there's that. But it said they're starting to leave on their own voluntarily now, which is probably what they wanted them to do begin with.
Absolutely.
I would think.
Well, I mean, officially, if they want the opportunity to actually get in line and come back through the legal process, that's the only way they're going to. If they have to round you up and send you to Alligator Alcatraz or some detention center and send you back, they're putting you on the do not return list anytime.
Well, that's what I was hoping. That's the way it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Do not pass go.
Yep, right.
Do not collect $200. But who was that last night that said he went to Paris Island for boot camp? Was that Donut Man?
I believe it was.
I think.
Yep.
So, yeah, that's all I got for tonight. I was going to give a Semper Fi shout-out to Knuckle Buster and now Donut Man. And I appreciate you taking my call, and I'll be listening on the app.
All right,
Have a good weekend.
Got word that the beach bum is in Ocala, headed up to Valdosta, then back to. But he's trying to catch up with you. So you don't think he's not gonna do that tonight?
I don't think he can pedal fast enough. I went by him that one night. I had my red hooker light on the dash and just waving away and just passing him up. It was pretty funny, but.
All right, well, enjoy your Friday. Have a good weekend, and we'll chat with you in short order, and he'll be saying it's the greatest day of the week. All right, we'll get some of our other listening friends. Check it in. It's 844-844-3388. I believe John on the line coming up here just ahead. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Building a wall on the southern border with Mexico has been a priority of the Trump administration.
The administration is clawing back some of the panels that had been discarded under the Biden administration.
Reached a settlement where we're taking the wall back.
The wall panels were sitting at construction staging areas until Texas stepped in. President Trump said this week that they'll put it up, but did not give a timeline. I'm Brian Shook.
An American influencer has been cleared to leave Antarctica 6 weeks after he was busted for illegally landing on the continent.
19-year-old Ethan Guo was on a mission to become the youngest person to fly solo to all 7 continents, all while raising $1 million for cancer research. That ended when he was charged with presenting false information to ground control. In exchange for those charges being dropped, a judge on Monday ordered Guo to make a sizable donation to a children's cancer foundation and to stay out of Mark Neafield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, coming up, we'll get to some of the industry headlines. What's going on in the world of trucking? Updates. Just how much rain in the Pacific Northwest. Of course, today, the big day, Friday. Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, face-to-face in Alaska. Just a few hours ago, reports stating that, I guess the advance Putin delegation has arrived. They are there on the military base in Alaska for the summit taking place later today. All the details coming your way. First, we get back to the calls here on a Friday. John, I do believe, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
How the heck are you?
How are you, sir?
Doing well.
Great. Yeah, good morning. Where are you? I'm sorry, this is actually the first time I've ever called into this show. I'm curious. It's good morning. I'm sitting. It's evening time still.
Okay, so we're in the Eastern time zone. My studio's in Southwest Ohio, but we've got affiliates there.
Okay.
Are you catching us in Denver or Ely, Nevada, or where are we at?
I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
Phoenix, right?
Yeah.
So a warm night there. You're probably still about 90-something degrees.
Yeah, probably. It's raining outside right now. We got a little bit of monsoon action going on, so.
Okay.
So reprieve.
So where'd you find us? Are you listening on one of the terrestrial affiliates, or you got us on the YouTube, Facebook?
No, I literally it's crazy. I'm sitting in my I'm house sitting for a friend of mine, and they have this dog that I can't leave alone. And anyway, so my girlfriend is with me, but we have one key, and she has to leave to go to work, so she has to take the key, so I can't leave the house.
Oh,
so
boy.
I've been sitting in here for 9 hours. We're like 7 hours now, and I'm like, and I'm out of Instagram things to scroll. I'm tired of Netflix. I'm like, and I just Googled radio show I can call and talk to, because I remember back in my day listening to the radio.
Yes.
Or even like modern day, like you could hear because people had radios. They didn't have like these, streaming platforms and whatnot, you could tune to a radio and you could just listen to people talk. And I was like, shit, well, I wonder if that still exists. And so I Googled it and I found your show. And wow, now I'm on it. And that's really awesome because it's cool. Like, I loved this stuff, and I'm going to remember you now. It's Steve Summers.
Overnight Drive Radio. OvernightDriveRadio.com is the website. Yes.
Okay, cool. Awesome. I'm going to start listening to this all the time now because this is amazing. But yeah, so no, I'm just sitting here, and I was like, I'll try and call in and see what happens. And wow, I got in, so.
Well, it's great to hear from you, John. I hope other people I wish more people would do the same. Yeah, spread the word, though. But, yeah, we'll be here for, technically it's a 5-hour show. We run from midnight to 5 a.m. Eastern time. So we're just kind of kicking off the greatest day of the week, as Captain Ron says. All right, hey, I've got his number. Here. We'll hook him up with a first-time caller code, get him introduced to Hot Shot Secret products. Get him a $60 voucher there, right? It's that simple. All right, Russian aircraft arriving in Alaska late Thursday ahead of the closely watched summit between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin, which will mark the first time the two leaders have met in person since talks on ending the war in Ukraine intensified. Reports of a Russian Air Force Lushin 96-300 landing in Anchorage, touching down at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson ahead of this high-profile meeting for later today, Friday. The aircraft, part of Rossiya, Russia's special flight detachment, had departed Moscow's airport, drawing a significant attention en route. According to flight trader tracking data, more than 18,000 people were monitoring the jet's path from Russia to Alaska. Upon arrival, delegation vehicles, Russian journalists waiting near the runway to greet Russian officials and their entourage. A second Russian government aircraft also made the trip, with Anchorage obviously stepping up security and logistical preparations for the summit. Local activity around the base had increased throughout the day as organizers were firming up the arrangements for the meeting, which according, and this is the first I've caught, is scheduled to begin after 2:30 p.m. Eastern time today. Now, that would be like 10:30 a.m. local time there in Anchorage. Russian Foreign Minister and Ambassador Alexander Darkiv reportedly have arrived at the Russian-American summit. Now, this is both sides signal the talks will focus heavily, obviously, on Ukraine. That's what it's all about. Now, Trump has said while he believes Putin's ready to end the war, any sort of lasting agreement will require a second round of discussions that would include the Ukrainian President Zelensky and possibly European leaders. I do know Zelensky actually met with the UK leader this past day ahead of the summit here. We have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow. Trump said, I think it's going to be a good meeting, but the more important meeting will be the second meeting. The Russian Foreign Ministry has publicly rejected the idea of territorial swaps, although President Trump told Zelensky and European counterparts that some sort of land concessions may ultimately have to come into play for a true peace agreement. Now, the White House stated that Trump is going to push for a resolution warning of severe consequences for Moscow if there is no deal reached. A Russian presidential spokesperson said that no joint document is expected from today's meeting and cautioned about trying to predict any sort of outcome, noting that Ukraine-related discussions may unfold in subsequent stages. Putin actually praised the United States for making quite energetic and sincere efforts to resolve the conflict, he has not ruled out new agreements on strategic arms control. Following this meeting, which I guess none of us will be able to eavesdrop on, they are expected to hold a joint press conference. And according to reports this past day, both leaders are expected to actually take questions during that press conference following the meeting. So, could be a very interesting day. All right, round the country, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind here as we kick off a Friday, the greatest day of the week? Buckeye Boy checking in from Mount Vernon, Illinois, 77 degrees. Said he had a good day of driving today, covered some miles, leaving me about 455 miles to the home 20. It's been a long trip. I'm ready to get home. Hey, the Braves won. Monday and Tuesday next week, got a local project that will probably load up Thursday, headed for Dublin, Georgia, for a Monday load. Then it's off to Delray Beach, Florida. We'll pick up some equipment to bring back to Atlanta. All 4 trucks that did the event in New York City did their deliveries, and after waiting a few days, picked it all back up this past afternoon. So I had one of them delivered early this past morning. Should be finished loading back up within the last hour here. All right, we're pretty busy right now. How about the Department of Justice leftist attorney that threw the Subway sandwich at the ICE officer, ultimately fired, and has now been charged with a felony? Could it be he was charged for using a club? Have a great night, everybody. A better weekend. Everybody, be careful out there. Hello to Kevin. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Buckeye Boy said, according to the statement from Kirsty Noem, 1.6 million illegals have now self-deported, and more are getting the message and exiting. There you go. I had not heard that number. That's pretty big. Hello, Stacy. Good morning, everyone. Hope everybody has a safe night, great weekend. Michael is on board. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
paying attention to the varying models. Yeah, you can call them you see the spaghetti models when you follow tropical weather. There's like 50 different models they run. Two of the most popular, most accurate are known as the European model and what they call the American GFS model. And the two are showing some pretty striking differences in where they anticipate Aaron is going to go. Some of the afternoon forecast models have been shifting. Aaron's projected track a bit further west for next week, meaning much closer to the U.S. And according to one forecaster, there's a clear reason behind the adjustment. It appears, he said, some of the earlier forecast may be underestimating the strength of a broad high-pressure ridge, while also overestimating the influence of an approaching trough that's going to be dropping in out of southeast Canada that could weaken the ridge and steer Aaron northward. Still too early for a definitive forecast, but the overall picture is coming into sharper focus. And just for now, he says a potential threat to the East Coast cannot be ruled out entirely. All right, something to watch. Meanwhile, clear lines 844-844-3388. Boy, we've had our fair share of discussion about cargo theft. We had a big update we shared on our Thursday morning show. Sometimes you have to kind of wonder. We know that when you're going to steal a load of cargo, typically they're looking for high-dollar electronic loads and things of that nature, televisions. I can't help but wonder if someone didn't know what they were stealing. Unless they had a whole lot of floors to mop or a lot of cleaning to do. Who wants a tractor-trailer load of pine saw cleaner? That's the case. $400,000 worth of pine saw is missing after thieves stole a tractor-trailer making off with the cargo. It was stolen from Professional Freight Services in West Hanover Township, Pennsylvania. I guess that was here a few days ago. According to the WGAL, the tractor-trailer, again, about $400,000 worth of pine saw. Several days later, the stolen tractor-trailer was found abandoned on I-80 in New Jersey. But, of course, the trailer was empty. Pine saw is still missing. As police work to investigate, no suspects identified, no arrests. Somebody got some floors that need mopped. Meanwhile, the Environmental Protection Agency releasing a roundup of comments on their plans to provide relief for truckers and farmers dealing with the slow speed and power loss related to the diesel exhaust systems that they announced earlier this week. It was on Tuesday, the announcement of new guidance calling on the manufacturers to update system software in existing vehicles and equipment to prevent this sudden speed and power loss, where you go into what they call limp mode. When the DEF runs out or the system sensor fails. In case you had missed it, there was a pretty significant announcement, the EPA urging the engine and equipment manufacturers to provide solutions for diesel trucks and equipment that's already in use, which continue to suffer these unresolved performance failures. Now, they followed up on Thursday, clearing up Tuesday's announcements about the proposed fix. They released, again, this past day, a roundup of responses from industry stakeholders, lawmakers, other leaders around the country, commending the EPA for taking this action to support the trucking and farming industries. We'll share a few of the statements here. First, you had the Truck and Engine Manufacturers Association. The executive vice president who said EMA and our member companies welcome this new guidance. We're preparing to implement as quickly as possible. The new guidance is evidence of the EPA's willingness to engage with stakeholders to understand the complexities of this industry. We look forward to continued collaboration with the EPA and other industry stakeholders. Who do we have? The Indiana Representative Michelle Davis, who says, quote, after my son experienced a dangerous DEF system-related incident on the interstate, I knew something needed to change. I'm grateful to the leadership of the EPA and the Trump administration for taking the time to listen to our concerns and work toward a common-sense solution. They took the time to hear from myself and my son. My son, Nick Davis, is an owner-operator from Freedom Dumpsters, LLC. Volvo Group of North America says Volvo Group believes the new strategy strikes the right balance between ensuring that potential system problems are addressed in a timely fashion and addressing the customer concerns about the productivity impacts of the current inducements. The Oklahoma Cattlemen's Association applauding the Trump administration and the EPA for listening, recognizing, and acting on the issues surrounding diesel exhaust fluid. Cattle producers should not be hamstrung by onerous issues when transporting their livestock or supplies. Thank you to the EPA for this common sense step in the right direction. From Cummins, the engine maker, Cummins External Communications, together we aim to provide regulatory certainty, greater flexibility, and dependable solutions. All right. Who else? We had a couple of others here. The Engine Technology Forum Executive Director Alan Schaefer, who said the EPA has heard from users of diesel trucks, tractors, and equipment working with manufacturers, has responded with these adjustments to improve the operational performance while ensuring our emissions integrity. So this new guidance that allows manufacturers to adjust these systems to ensure that farmers, motor coach operators, truckers who rely on diesel engines will be able to complete their critical work with sufficient lead time for scheduling, maintenance, and repairs. Yeah, the time frame had been something like 4 hours, right? And I'd have to go back and pull it up, but they're giving much more time from the time you get a fault, a sensor fault, something amiss with the DEF system. Much more time to continue operating the truck at a feasible speed on the interstate to get to or from wherever they're going and get it into a shop without having to be limping at 5 miles per hour, which is very dangerous, especially when you have an issue that occurs out in the middle of nowhere. Alrighty, 844-844-3388. It's been a while since we heard from Pigpen. How the heck are you, Pigpen?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Oh, the greatest day of the week. Here it is.
It sure is. I usually run daytime, so that's the reason why you don't hear from me much, but I happen to be driving overnight tonight, so I got you on tonight.
Good.
I wanted to tell you about a time my dad got hijacked. I was thinking about that pine saw that got stolen.
Yeah.
He used to drive truck, too, and I don't guess he ever had a handle, but if I'd ever give him a handle, it'd probably be straw hat, because he always liked to wear straw hats, because he used to work on the farm and stuff. But he even wore it when he was out trucking. But anyhow, I think he went to somewhere like a GE or something like that when he, as soon as he got out the gate there with his load, he made a mistake of pulling off to the side, and next thing you know, he had his window down, and here comes this pistol coming up there, and what kind of makes me chuckle this day, he just took his hand and just shoved it back out the window, and they said, well, you value your life, you better cooperate. So he decided he better cooperate. And they wound up handcuffing him, put him in the bunk, and they wanted him to explain to him how to drive the truck. And he told him, he said, "You got my cooperation.
Right.
You could have me drive the truck to wherever you want to. Why not have the experienced driver to do it?" But
Okay.
no, they didn't want to do it that way.
Yeah.
So they finally got the thing going, and it was probably, he said he didn't drive very far. It didn't sound like he went far. Because they made him face down against the bunk and everything.
Yeah. So how do you hijack a truck if you don't know how to drive the damn thing? Like you said, you're not going to get far. Hold the thought. We're up to the news break. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Visit tel360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat. Literally, choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tel now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. European leaders are urging President Trump not to act unilaterally on a potential peace deal with Ukraine.
In a virtual meeting, leaders of France, Germany, and some other NATO allies joined with Ukrainian President Zelensky to urge President Trump to get Russia's Vladimir Putin to agree to an immediate ceasefire and that territorial issues cannot be negotiated without Ukraine's participation. President Zelensky traveled to 10 Downing Street Thursday to meet with the British Prime Minister ahead of the Trump-Putin meeting Friday in Alaska. I'm Rory O'Neill.
With the return of Amtrak passenger train service to coastal Mississippi now just days away, leaders in several cities are ready.
Organizers have scheduled Amtrak Mardi Gras line celebrations in Gulfport, Pascagoula, Biloxi, and Bay St. Louis Saturday. The city of Ocean Springs will also host a block party, although it doesn't have an official stop along the route. Starting Monday, Amtrak will offer twice daily routes between Mobile and New Orleans, with stops in Bay St. Louis, Gulfport, Biloxi, and Pascagoula for the first time since 2005. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The percentage of American adults who say they consume alcohol is reaching a record low.
According to a recent Gallup poll, only 54% of respondents said they consume alcohol, and the low metric was repeated across several demographics, including gender, race, and age. Polling also found that adults age 35 and older were more likely to drink than their younger counterparts, and more men reportedly drank alcohol than women. The poll's findings come during a growing shift in Americans' belief on drinking and health effects. I'm Chris Karaji.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points, the S&P gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq fell by 2 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
GE Appliances is shifting production of refrigerators, gas ranges, and water heaters out of China and Mexico and back to the U.S.
The company's president and CEO says GE Appliances will expand operations in Kentucky, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, and South Carolina. The $3 billion investment's expected to add more than 1,000 jobs. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Supreme Court is declining to block a Mississippi law that imposes age verification across social media platforms.
The law was enacted last year and requires all users under 18 to verify their age as well as obtain parental consent to access social media sites. Mississippi's law addresses growing concerns about the negative impact of social media on young people. However, the industry group NetChoice argues that the restrictions violate free speech protections. I'm Brian Shook.
A U.S. Congresswoman says she's confident in the existence of what she describes as interdimensional beings.
Florida Republican Anna Paulina Luna was on the Joe Rogan podcast Wednesday and said she has met F-15 pilots who have had encounters with unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs, which is the official government name for UFOs. Luna said there's definitely something that we don't know how to explain. She also said she believes in interdimensional beings who can operate through the time spaces that we currently have. Luna heads a House Committee task force for the declassification of federal secrets. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
What do you say? Rolling into a brand new day from time zone to time zone. That would be a Friday. Yeah, we'll be turning the page on the calendar, 15th day of August. All right, so welcome back. Welcome aboard for those just joining this hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, we're going to get back to the rest of the story, as they say, from Pigpen coming up here. First, Some locations along the western slopes of the Olympic Mountains and the Washington Cascades. Talking a lot of rain, maybe picking up over 4 inches of rain from now through Friday night. Could see some areas approaching 6 inches. The Cascades, they tell us, are going to screen out much of the moisture from reaching the central and eastern parts of Washington and Oregon. We could see some showers making it through, but for those accustomed to summer driving, when it rains very little for an extended period of time, obviously expect delays and slick conditions. There's a number of wildfires, of course, burning across portions of western and northern Washington right now. This pattern, cooler, wetter, will be helpful for the firefighting efforts there. We may see a few showers, maybe dipping as far south as Northern California, mainly along the immediate coastal areas and over the Siskiyous and the northern Sierra Nevada. Now, we could see some lightning strikes accompany some of these showers. That could be troublesome for additional wildfires being started. We will look for an increase in winds later this afternoon to the Olympic Mountains and across the Georgia Straits. Meanwhile, over the interior southwest, a surge of moisture from the Gulf. It's going to have the North American monsoon really kicking into high gear with some thunderstorm activity in New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, and parts of Utah. Through the weekend, probably, they tell us, right on into maybe Tuesday of next week. So as the case typically is monsoon season out there, you get some of those heavier downpours, and you can see flash flooding issues. Be aware of that. But, all right, back to Big Pen. Thanks for hanging in there.
No problem. Yeah, okay, so we was where, they took him a short distance there. And I guess they had another driver and a truck waiting on him. And so they dropped the trailer and they took off, and they told him, don't move for 30 minutes. And he made sure 30 minutes went by, but he probably figured they was long gone.
Right.
He had difficulty getting out of the truck with having them handcuffs on and everything. He finally got out, and come to find out, he was only like a block away from a police station.
Wow.
That shows you what kind of amateurs these guys was.
The irony.
And here's another kicker. Yeah. They probably thought he was hauling TV, stereo, something like that.
Yeah.
No. He was hauling washers and dryers.
Okay.
And now you know the rest of the story.
How about that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was kind of gutsy of him to put. I mean, when they put that gun in his window, that's rather gutsy, or to just push it out the window. It's like, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I remember him telling me about it. He said that a loaded weapon, especially a loaded weapon, can go off at any time. So he didn't like that in his face. So
sure.
He just kind of shoved it back out the window. He said, well, I'll cooperate with you. Just please don't put that thing in my face.
How about that? Well, Pigpen, it's good to hear from you. Everything else going okay out there? Driving daytime?
Oh, yeah. I'm on my way to Newburgh, New York, and it ain't raining right now. I hit a little bit of rain up coming up through Altoona there earlier.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. Enjoy your Friday. And if you get a weekend at some point in time, all right. So we had kind of had our Hot Shot Secrets set up out there at the Bonneville Salt Flats, which wrapped up about a week ago. But it was quite. I was tuning in each morning to some of the events that were taken out there each day, the previous day. I guess when all was said and done, Danny Thompson and the Ferguson team actually go home with the prestigious Hot Rod Magazine trophy at Bonneville. Thompson set the CFS record and the AFS record, the CFS record at 370.756 miles an hour. The AFS record at 406.133 miles per hour. Recorded a top speed of the meet at 421.943 miles per hour. Can you imagine? The Hot Rod Magazine trophy has been awarded to the fastest car during the Speed Week, dating back to 1949. Danny will now have his name etched into the same trophy as his legendary father, Mickey Thompson, who had top speeds in 1959 and 1960. How cool is that? And this was one of the, what do they call them, the Streamliner, kind of the rocket ship-looking vehicles that they had a ton of them out there, but 406 miles per hour. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. It's a Friday. Jump on board. International Motors recalling some of their Class A trucks after discovering an issue related with the Hill Start Assist feature. Something I've actually never even heard of. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, International recalling more than 1,000 LT model year 2024 to 2026 and RH model year 2025 trucks. On the affected trucks, what they call the Hill Start Assist exhaust port may become clogged with ice and debris. Consequently, the release of the service brakes may be delayed or completely prevented. International's Hill Start Assist stops trucks, apparently, from rolling backwards when starting on an incline. After the driver releases the brake pedal, the system holds the brake for a few seconds. Once the accelerator is pressed, the service brakes are then released, allowing for a smooth start. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration points out that brakes that are still engaged while driving obviously increase the risk of a crash. This recall did not indicate whether any crashes have occurred as a result of the defect. Trucks affected by the recall include those with Eaton or International automated manual transmissions with electronic stability control or automatic traction control. About 97% of the affected vehicles are the LT series trucks, and just a handful of RH trucks with the defect, according to the recall. Authorized dealers will relocate the Hill Start Assist valve exhaust on the affected trucks. Notification letters are going to be sent out coming up next month. And this first identified back in April after International reviewed a field service report where a truck's service brakes were dragging at the beginning of a shift. Investigation found the Hill Start Assist valves located outside the tractor frame rails may be more exposed to road spray and debris. Since the valve is also used during adaptive cruise control events, air could be trapped during light braking. So recall 844-844-3388. Hey, we call it a casual Friday, I presume. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Happy Casual Friday to you.
Yes.
So just remember, casual Friday don't mean drive naked, but it also don't mean you can't. So I don't know. Take that for what it's worth.
Absolutely.
Anyway, so you actually have an assisted braking in your Subaru, I believe. There's a button you can push in your Subaru that when you stop at a red light or a stop sign, you can actually take your foot off the brake pedal, and that car will sit there being held by the brakes until you touch the accelerator, and then the brakes will release and you can go on. Bet you didn't know that, did you?
I've never taken my foot off the brake when I'm at a stop,
Well, you actually have to enable the system to work. There's, as I say, there's a button that, I don't know if you have the great big screen in the middle of the dash,
or that's what we got.
You still have some of the
all the electronic
some
stuff.
of the buttons. Yeah, it's with all the electronic stuff. It's there's that one button that you can push there. It's got an A with a little green light over the top of it, and that'll turn off that automatic shut off every time you're sitting at the light. When you're sitting at the light and the engine shuts off automatically, you can actually disable that. So anyways, with Subaru's deals there they have for their traction control and other things, but one of the modes you can put the car into, and I believe you have to enable it every time you go out, is you can have this brake assist. And what it does, it does exactly what you just described for the international trucks, is when you're sitting at the light or sitting at a stop sign, it knows that, the car's not moving and you had the brakes on, and it'll keep the brakes applied until you step on the throttle.
I'll be darned.
And then that'll make the car go. The only problem to that is if you have multiple vehicles you drive and you get used to doing this with your Subaru, and you get into another vehicle that doesn't have that brake assist.
Right. Oops.
Well, your mind's going to say, well, just take my foot off the brake at the red light here on this hill, and well, guess what? You're going to be rolling away because you're in a vehicle that ain't got it.
Yeah.
So some of these good things with technology are good, but sometimes we have these what do you call them, the things that happen after that are unintended consequences, Your Honor.
There it is.
So, yep. So, but yeah, if you read in your manual a little bit there about assisted braking in your Subaru, you'll figure out how to do it there, because your car has all that eyesight and all that lane departure and all that too, right? To tell you when you're in your lane or not in your lane.
It's got all that, but I don't use it. I've never activated any of it. It has all that stuff on it. I mean, according to the sales guy, he said, if you get all this stuff set in motion, you could almost do like you're in a Tesla. Take your hands off the wheel. You're on cruise control, and it's keeping you in your lane.
And it will. It has the adaptive cruise control so that it'll maintain the. If you catch up to a slower vehicle, it'll maintain the speed of the distance of the slower vehicle in front of you.
He said you can set it to be 3 car lengths, 2 car lengths, 3 car lengths, 4 car lengths behind. And if they actually speed up, it will do this. It will speed up as well.
It'll speed up, and it'll also keep from running into the back end of them. Even if they come to a stop, they can even come to a stop, and that car will stop without hitting that car in front of you. So the wife has the Forester. She's on her 3rd one now. And when we came to the truck show, we drove this year. So we brought this brand new Forester down to the truck show, and she was having her arm problem at the time, so I ended up driving down. That is the most weirdest vehicle to drive when you put those modes in effect. And if you sit there, I forget who it was the other night, I think maybe it was Knucklebuster might have said that the car will actually yell at you if you don't have your hands on the steering wheel, because it senses the steering wheel not having any motion in it if you take your hands off it for any amount of time. But you can sit there with your hands off the wheel, and that car will stay in its lane, in position, and stay at speed. And the only problem is if it catches up to a vehicle going slower than you want to go, it'll slow down and just stay behind it. It won't, it doesn't have the brains to get out there and say, hey, I'm going to pass this guy because he's going too slow. But other than that, it does pretty much it'll do everything for you. But when you have it in that assisted steering mode, and you try to keep the car in the position you want, you have to fight the car. It is not a comfortable feeling, because the steering wheel is very hard, very heavy, because the car has it where it wants to be, and you're trying to change it from where the car is. So it gives it a really odd feeling. And if you make one of these trips to Georgia sometime with that, or out there for an extended time on the interstate, especially if you're not really with a lot of traffic, because I didn't care for it in traffic at all. But you should try a couple of these things. It's really interesting to let the car do that by itself. But as I say, if you don't want to have your foot on the brake at the red light there, there's a way for you to do it in your car.
How about that?
But yeah. So anyways, hey, I caught on Facebook that I guess it's Ryan that puts these little reels or stories out there that are clips of you during your show, and he put the one out there when we were talking about Jim Lovell with the space and all that, and so I didn't know if you saw that, but where they cut the clip, it never mentioned Jim Lovell in the clip, so it was just kind of the story about, you know, a little bit of the space stuff, and then Apollo 13 and that, and then you know, it kind of ended. So I put in the comments there, you know, R.I.P. Jim Lovell, and I found a link to his Wikipedia, and I put the link in there. And so when it got posted in the comment section, apparently the way Facebook's comments are set up for that type of information, it is not a shareable link. You can see the link, but you can't click on it, or you can't copy and paste it to actually go to the Wikipedia to see the deal about Jim Lovell, you know. Okay. So I thought that was kind of interesting. But there's some of those links that you know, you can't, when you try to comment on something, you can't post pictures, or you can't post, you know, web addresses or stuff like that and have them operational. So anyways, but wonderful Facebook. But anyways, we got a little bit in there, so at least, you know, people open the comments, they'll see what it was about. And so, but other than that, I don't know. We've had a couple sprinkle showers, back to cloudy skies this morning. I don't know, partly cloudy skies, I should say, because there's a hole that the moon's poking through right now. Well, at least half a moon. I don't know what happened to the other half of the moon, Your Honor.
Yeah, right. It's going away.
Yeah, it's been gone, going, and anyways, kind of reminds me of that picture there that, you know, we just talked about Jim Lovell there. That I believe it was the Apollo 8 mission. He took that picture of the Earth, what they call Earthrise. It was half an Earth picture because of it being shaded by the moon. That's kind of interesting, but anyway, I don't know. Other than that, everything's kind of slow and normal here for a casual Friday, so I guess we'll just keep going out here and winding and grinding and doing whatever we can do, I guess. So other than that, we'll sit back and see what other trouble you can come up with, and be waiting and see what happens in Alaska. Is there going to be an earthquake in Alaska today, Your Honor? I mean, they had them over in Russia a while ago.
Let's hope not.
Right?
I don't think that would be a good thing.
I don't think there will be. I think things are pretty well worked out ahead of time, and they're going to go in there and just go in behind closed doors and play chess or checkers or whatever they do, and come out and say, you know, this is what we came up with, and let's do all the big. Get in front of the cameras with all the pens or whatever, or they'll go the other way, and everybody will just come out the opposite doors, and they'll just say, well, we agreed to not disagree. I don't know, whatever. Guess we'll just have to wait and see.
See what kind of stupid questions some of the media outlets can come up with. You notice that it's very common. Some of these reporters will ask things like, what a numbskull. The reports say that Putin is actually kind of complimenting the Trump administration the day ahead of the Alaska summit. I don't know, is there a little schmoozing going on? Russian President Vladimir Putin told senior Kremlin officials that the Trump administration is, in his words, energetic and sincere in an apparently calculated message to Washington the day before the powwow. President Trump and Vladimir Putin have both spoke out to express their expectations ahead of today's in-person talks. First time the two will have met since 2019, and the first time Putin will have set foot on American soil in over a decade. This is at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson near Anchorage, headquarters of Alaska Command and the 11th Air Force tomorrow. The Kremlin said this past morning, opening a meeting of senior Kremlin officials to discuss the summit taking place today. Russian state media reported that President Putin was complimentary toward the Trump administration and upbeat on the talks, as they put it. He's reported to have said the current U.S. administration, which, as everyone knows, in my opinion, is making rather energetic and sincere efforts in order to halt combat, to end the crisis and reach an agreement that is in the interest of all parties involved. Putin said the purpose of the meeting was to create lasting conditions for peace, both between our countries and in Europe, and for the world in general. On the finer details, Kremlin functionary Yuri Ushakov said that preparations for the talks have entered the final phase, noting because they were announced at such short notice, everything is being done at pace. Difficulties being overcome included visas for the Russian delegation to land on U.S. territory in Alaska. President Trump also spoke this past day, telling Fox News Radio that his primary ambition was to speak on behalf of the soldiers of both sides of the conflict who are being killed unnecessarily, in his words, to persuade Putin to sit down with Zelensky. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Learn more at Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Certain great things can be gained in the first. It's going to be a very important meeting, but it's setting the table.
President Trump says his virtual meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was a 10.
The president said that's how he'd rate the call that also included Vice President Vance and European allies.
We had a very good call. He was on the call. President Zelensky was on the call.
The call came prior to a summit with Vladimir Putin on Friday in Alaska. Trump again said the Ukraine-Russia war is not his. It belongs to former President Biden, but said he'll impose severe penalties on Russia if Putin won't agree to a deal. Zelensky has said that Ukraine won't give up any territory to Russia and will not give up trying to gain NATO membership. Russia has demanded Ukraine give up land to reach a deal to end the war. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points, the S&P gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq fell by 2 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tel today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Casual Friday. What's on your mind? Very quiet out there. 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines we'll get to here. From Landline this past day, state transportation departments want more than just new truck parking capacity. They want to be better equipped to maintain the facilities that are already built, they say. More on that coming up here. Meanwhile, a former Massachusetts state trooper will be serving time in prison for his part in a conspiracy to accept bribes in exchange for passing grades on CDL tests. It was back earlier this year. Calvin Butner and 5 other individuals were charged in a 74-count indictment alleging that he and others produced false records and passing scores for CDL applicants in exchange for bribes. A scheme that lasted from May of 2019 through January of 2023. During that time, Butner and 3 other members of the CDL unit gave preferential treatment to at least 17 applicants for commercial driver's licenses. Investigators said that passing scores were given to 3 applicants who had failed the CDL skills test, as well as 5 individuals who didn't even take the test at all. According to the Registry of Motor Vehicles, 26 individuals who received their commercial driver's license through the scheme have since had their CDLs revoked, obviously. As far as what the troopers received in exchange for the passing scores, prosecutors said that kickbacks included anything from free inventory from a water company, a granite post and mailbox, a new driveway, a snowblower. The CDL skills test is a demanding in-person test. Only drivers who pass the test and prove they're qualified to drive a commercial vehicle can be issued a CDL. Obviously, the primary goal, public safety. It was in April that Butner pleaded guilty to 1 count of conspiracy to falsify records, 3 counts of falsifying records, as well as aiding and abetting, 5 counts of making false statements. Tuesday of this week, Butner was sentenced by a federal court in Boston to serve 3 months in prison for his role in the scheme. Ordered to serve 1 year of supervised release following his prison term, with the first 3 months of that being spent under house arrest. And I presume, obviously, he's no longer a state trooper. He is a former state trooper, right? There were a handful of others also charged in that whole scheme. It is 844-844-3388. Friday, a casual Friday. Do we have, is this Calvin?
Yes, it is.
Well, how the heck are you, Calvin?
Well, I've never called you before, but I didn't know I had your number, but I got something you did tonight that I didn't like.
Okay.
Young fella called, and he was excited about getting on the air, and I got the impression he would be a regular, and y'all kind of blew him off. What was that all about?
Well, Calvin, he was just calling to say hello, and he had never heard of the program before, so I thought we welcomed him in. I got his number down to get him a first-time caller code.
Well, I hope y'all kissed up to it.
Okay. All right, Calvin. All right, have another drink. It's 844-844-3388. What do we have? A Friday. State transportation departments want more than just new truck parking capacity. Just building a truck parking facility is not enough, according to the president of the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials. Comments filed with the DOT this week. State Department of Transportations continue to experience challenges with the operation and maintenance of these facilities. Federal support for these sort of costs, in addition to construction funding, they say would be critical to maintain public truck parking facilities to ensure a safe, resilient system, stating they believe that a flexible formula as far as funding would be the best solution for addressing the national truck parking problem so that every state would have the necessary support to address this challenge. Truck parking, or the lack thereof, has been flagged by the administration as a priority after years of pressure from the trucking industry as a whole to get Congress to approve funding earmarked specifically to build out more parking spaces. We want to fund truck parking for our truckers in this country, a critical need for safety in the U.S. That's the statement from the DOT Deputy Secretary, underscored by the Nevada Department of Transportation, which pointed out that winter closures on Donner Pass along I-80 in northern Nevada has exacerbated truck parking shortages there. They said they support using the National Multimodal Freight Network, kind of a map of highways and other freight networks used by the DOT to prioritize funding, facilitate construction, and maintenance for these facilities. Lastly, the federal government can play a role in setting minimum standards for truck parking quantities and rest area quality. Then local governments can facilitate the development of truck parking with private developers when public projects cannot be constructed. Hey, we had the, what would you call it, the wish list. Yeah, what is it that most of the drivers and companies out there would like to see in the next highway bill? And we'll see if we can break some of that down for you coming up here. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Well, it appears not a whole lot of drivers are taking the time to make their sentiment known as far as what would you like to see addressed in the next highway bill. You still have time. The comment deadline, though, is approaching. There are some drivers that have weighed in. The current Surface Transportation Authorization Bill, commonly referred to as the Highway Bill, will expire on September 30th of next year. But this is the legislation responsible for all the major transportation funding projects and trucking policy in general. Now, considering that highway bills are often authorized for 5-year periods, whatever provisions are included have a substantial impact on truck drivers in the industry overall. The DOT said they want to hear what the public believes should be prioritized in the next highway bill. Now, as of Thursday morning, this past day, more than 300 comments had been submitted, several of those coming from truck drivers asking for better roads, more truck parking, hours of service flexibility, restroom access. Jeremy said truck drivers contribute too much to the Highway Trust Fund for the highways and the bridges to be in such poor condition around the country. As one of the millions of truck drivers out here, I depend on my health and longevity of my equipment to keep the goods moving and support my family. As much tax money that we shell out, there's absolutely no reason for our infrastructure to be in the shape that it is in. Jeremy also said that the lack of truck parking has indeed become a huge issue and seriously needs to be addressed. Another commenter, Alan, writing in opposition of the current electronic logging device mandate, telling the DOT that inflexible hours of service regulations lead to poor safety results. Truck drivers typically paid by the mile. Since the clock is always ticking down, instead of having flexibility, drivers are more focused on maximizing their mileage covered for the day, not the safety and the comfort of the motoring public. John Kogelman, who's an OOIDA board member, emphasizing the need for truck parking and restroom access. OOIDA, of course, has advocated for the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act and the Truckers Bathroom Access Act to be included in the highway bill package. Respectively, those two bills would provide $755 million to expand truck parking and prevent shippers and receivers from denying truckers access to existing restrooms. Underscore the existing. They would not require shippers or receivers to actually build new facilities. OOIDA's Executive Vice President Louis Pugh relaying some of the truck drivers' priorities for the next highway bill during the House hearing here back in March, stating that truck drivers need more truck parking, access to restrooms, enhanced driver training, broker transparency, hours of service flexibility. He also told lawmakers truckers oppose truck size and weight increases. They oppose minimum liability insurance increases, lowering the interstate CDL age, and overly burdensome mandates, which they've really been doing a bang-up job of trying to scrap numerous rules and regulations, all the red tape you're dealing with out there. So the DOT is accepting comments, and it's just a few more days here, August 20. You got like 5 days left. You can go to the regulations.gov website. You need a docket number, which I have that before me. It's DOT-OST-2025-0468. Again, regulations.gov. Broker transparency. What about broker liability, which has been in and out of the courts and looks like it's now knocking on the door of the U.S. Supreme Court? Well, twice with two separate cases, separately requesting that the High Court review an issue that they've several times in the past chose not to address. As expected, Total Quality Logistics has formally requested the court to grant certiorari to the case of TQL versus Robert Cox. It was back in early July, the Sixth Circuit overturned a lower court decision and found that TQL was not fully protected from liability by the Federal Aviation Administration Authorization Act, F4A, and that plaintiffs in the case could pursue damages against TQL under the Act's so-called safety exception. That TQL case joins the case of Montgomery versus Carib II in a case that also has the third-party logistics C.H. Robinson as a defendant, asking the Supreme Court to clarify issues of broker liability under F4A. In the Montgomery case, the Seventh Circuit found that the safety exception of the F4A did protect C.H. Robinson. The plaintiff in the case, Sean Montgomery, has also requested certiorari from the Supreme Court. Even the winners say they want the Supreme Court to weigh in to demonstrate the importance the third-party logistics industry is putting on the goal of getting the High Court to weigh in. C.H. Robinson, even though they won at the circuit level, actually joined with Montgomery and asked the court to review the case. It's not the first time this has happened. In the case of Guthrie versus TQL, the brokerage won at the 11th Circuit on their argument that F4A protected them against the claims the widow of a woman killed in a crash with a truck that was hired by Total Quality Logistics. When Guthrie made a request to the Supreme Court, TQL backed that request, also seeking clarity. Despite the fact that they had been victorious at the circuit level, I think they want this kind of put to bed one way or the other permanently. But in that case, the Supreme Court rejected to take the case, just as they did in the Ying Yi case back in last year. So that's 3 times the court has kicked the can on the question of a brokerage's exposure to liability under the protections under 1994's F4A. With TQL's action, the Supreme Court now has 2 opportunities in front of it to reverse their earlier decisions to pass on the issue. Now, it would be doing so with a pair of cases that present themselves as opposites, one where a circuit backed the third-party logistics and another where it didn't. The conflict among circuits has always been seen as increasing the odds the Supreme Court might actually agree to take up a case. Now, the head of transportation practice at the Benishaw Law Firm cautioned about the odds of success. He says, as a matter of simple mathematics, the prospect of the Supreme Court accepting any case for review is always a statistical long shot. He said a petitioner always has less than a 1% chance of the court accepting a case for review. So they deny 99% of the petitions, but maybe the third-party logistics industry will get their wish. The chances of the court accepting TQL's petition is greater than ever before. This is the 5th time now the court has been asked to determine whether plaintiffs can sue freight brokers for state common law negligence on the basis that the so-called safety exception saves such claims from federal preemption. All right, well, there have been 5 broker liability cases that have sought review in recent years. They've come out of just 4 circuits, since 2 of them were from 7th Circuit decisions. We now face an entrenched 2-2 circuit split, an issue that plaintiffs and defendants all agree is of great public importance. So, in other words, in short, the time is now. In its writ to the Supreme Court, asking TQL summed up the issue before the court. The question presented is whether a common law negligence claim alleged against a freight broker based on the broker's selection of a motor carrier to provide transportation of cargo is preempted because it does not constitute an exercise of the safety regulatory of a state claim with respect to motor vehicles. The quote within the TQL statement is taken directly from the wording of the safety exception. So maybe just maybe this time around, among the other arguments that TQL makes is that the two distinct parts of the F4A, in the key portion passed by Congress to ensure states did not undercut the goals of transportation deregulation, the F4A prevents states from passing any legislation or regulation that could affect a price, route, or service. It also contains a safety exception, which says the restriction on state action on price, route, or service shall not restrict the safety regulatory authority of a state with respect to motor vehicles. Maybe the fifth time will be the charm when it comes to the broker liability case. All right, back to your calls ahead here. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Learn more by visiting tel360.com today.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Building a wall on the southern border with Mexico has been a priority of the Trump administration.
He announced this week that the administration is clawing back some of the panels that had been discarded under the Biden administration, which were being sold as scrap.
Reached a settlement where we're taking the wall back, but they stole the wall from us. That wall is so expensive.
The wall panels were sitting at construction staging areas until Texas stepped in. President Trump said this week that they'll put it up, but did not give a timeline. I'm Brian Shook.
An American influencer has been cleared to leave Antarctica 6 weeks after he was busted for illegally landing on the continent.
19-year-old Ethan Guo was on a mission to become the youngest person to fly solo to all 7 continents, all while raising $1 million for cancer research. That ended when he was charged with presenting false information to ground control and landing without authorization. In exchange for those charges being dropped, a judge on Monday ordered Guo to make a sizable donation to a children's cancer foundation and to stay out of Chilean Antarctic territory for 3 years. I'm Mark Neafield.
Mars Wrigley is introducing candy without synthetic dyes next year.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has set out to get companies to drop artificial food dyes, and Mars was considered a holdout, according to the company. M&M's, Skittles Original, Extra Gum Spearmint, and Starburst Original fruit chews will not include synthetic dyes, and they'll be available to purchase online throughout the U.S. Several food manufacturers, including General Mills, PepsiCo, Tyson Foods, Hershey, and more, have already announced plans to ditch synthetic colors. I'm Chris Caraccio.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points, the S&P gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq fell by 2 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Governor Ron DeSantis says it's time to open another immigration detainment facility in the state of Florida.
Governor Ron DeSantis announcing the $6 million build-out of the deportation depot at the Baker Correctional Facility in North Florida.
It'll be able to hold more than 1,300 illegal alien detainees.
He says Alligator Alcatraz was more expensive and holds up to 5,000 detainees, but he says since it opened, more migrants are opting for voluntary departure, which means a free plane ticket home. I'm Karen Curtis.
A former GOP candidate in New Mexico has been given an 80-year prison sentence for hiring gunmen to attack Democrats.
Solomon Pena was a Republican candidate for a state house seat in 2022. Federal prosecutors say after his loss, Pena claimed he was the victim of election fraud and hired gunmen to carry out drive-by shootings in Albuquerque at the homes of 4 Democratic officials. No one was hurt in the shootings, and the 2 gunmen pleaded guilty last year. Pena was convicted of 13 felony charges earlier this year and sentenced Wednesday. His lawyer says Pena will appeal the conviction. I'm Michael Kastner.
A group armed with hammers and bear spray broke into a Seattle jewelry store and stole $1 million worth of jewelry.
The theft happened around noon Thursday at Benashie & Sons Jewelers. The suspects used hammers to break the glass and doors and entered the business, smashing glass cases and stealing jewelry. The suspects were gone when police arrived. Police have not released information about the suspects. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
but instead you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, another hour underway as we roll into Friday. Welcome into a brand new day, folks there in the Mountain Time Zone. I was kind of scouring through, I was curious if the Milwaukee Brewers were able to extend that win streak to 13 consecutive. Apparently they had, I guess, a day off day this past day, and then come to find out, the Reds had won the last couple of games. They're like one half game out of being in the wild card because the Braves beat the Mets this past day. The Mets are in that third slot right now. But lo and behold, it's actually the Reds will be facing the Brewers for a weekend series starting tonight. If you're going to get in the wild card, this is where the rubber meets the road. You got to be able to beat teams like the Brewers. Yeah, will they be able to make it 13 in a row? Well, we'll find out later on tonight, right? Go get them, Reds. Yeah, it's been a couple days since we heard from Brain Dead. What's happening?
I'm finally glad to get out and do that nasty four-letter word, and I don't mean the S word. Because I got in Tuesday morning kind of early, and I was planning on going back out that afternoon or that evening, and they didn't call me to go out till this past afternoon. So I don't know what's going on with freight, but things are going to be hitting the economy pretty good when the grocery people are sitting at home for a couple of days.
That is unusual.
They were even cutting. And I tell you this much too. I got some friends over here that do bids. That they have their own schedule, their own set stores or whatnot, and they were even sitting at home. We'd run out of freight. So I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to speculate. I have a few theories, but I'm not going to, for the sake of argument, I'm going to keep them amongst myself.
Okay.
But something's about to go down when the grocery trucks are starting to get parked. So what you got planned for the weekend there, buddy?
I've been instructed by the princess that today is a pool day, and Saturday we're going to be over at Stephen and Lauren's. It's his birthday, of course. His birthday is Sunday. So, young Stephen will be celebrating, I believe it's 35. My little boy's getting up there.
I'm not going to touch that one too, Steve. But let me go back to Monday morning. I think it was when Eagle called in and went to ranting about NASCAR and the NFL. And Steve, I like Eagle to death. I like him, but he just does not understand it. Now, about the NASCAR thing, he can't figure out why Shane Van Gisbergen is winning on all these road courses. And I think Philip made it pretty clear. The current NASCAR cars are nothing but IMSA cars or the little sports cars. Like if you were to go down to the local Chevrolet dealership and buy a Malibu, strip the interior out, or little Mazda cars, you see the little tuner cars, they strip the interior out, throw stuff in there, and they go race it. That's the same concept and the same principle here. They run the same thing over in Australia called the supercars. The only difference between the supercar and the NASCAR is what side the steering wheel's on. So obviously, if you're coming from that world to this world of NASCAR, NASCAR runs the same exact car that you have ran, I think you'd be pretty good on the road courses because he has won a oval race and the Legends cars, which is improvement. He is getting there, but it's not an overnight process. You're not going to go from starting, having a rookie season to where you actually win the championship and Rookie of the Year in the rookie year. Earnhardt did it back in 80, I think it was 80 or 81. I think he did that. My mind's a little bit on the foggy side right now. I was trying to. Anyway, so yes, he does have a advantage there, but he's getting there. Now, also too, because of what his knowledge did, Daniel Suarez finished 10th. Which is good, which is phenomenal. He is a really mediocre driver when you really look at his stats. So obviously, he's got this thing figured out that he's sharing the information with Trackhouse. So, but also too, we got Richmond coming up this weekend, buddy.
Right, Richmond.
And I tell you what, we are down to do or die. This is it. You got this weekend and next weekend, and go ahead and hang up the keys because you're going to be out SOL. Because I'm going to say this right now. You watch Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch have historically done good at this track. But we know Kyle Busch, and he's at RCR, and there's obviously going to be a rumor that I'm going to tell you about here in just a minute. But also, too, Alex Bowman and Chris Busch are on the bubble. They run very well here as well. So they may actually punch their ticket into the next round. So that's going to be a few of the key things to watch. Now, got you a little bit of news. Are you ready for this, Steve?
All right. Casual Friday.
All right. Well, the Wicked Witch of the East, I'm sorry, Teresa Earnhardt. I got to get that right sometimes.
Right.
Teresa Earnhardt. She is hell-bent and determined to sell off the farm that Dale Sr. bought and had. She wants to sell off, I think it's about 400 acres for this data center. The city of Mooresville has said several times here, no, you are not building this here. There is no functionality here. Because you're nowhere near the interstate, you're nowhere near an industrial area. You're putting it in the middle of a residential area, and you're going to have all this vehicular traffic. Obviously, it says one of two things to me: either A, she's hurting for money, or B, she's trying to shed off some of the property. But I can see why she wants to sell it to a data center. Because a lot of places are being overbuilt and overdeveloped, and a lot of places they don't want the residential areas. So if I was Teresa, I would sit down with the city of Mooresville and say, hey, listen, what can I do with my property here? So what can we do here? You follow where I'm going with this?
Right.
So also, too, now, I'm going to say this, Steve. Now, I know you're sitting down. I know you're sitting down for this. So, do you have a bag handy by chance? Because you might hyperventilate.
No. Now what?
There's a big rumor floating around, and I don't quite 100% buy the rumor. Now, we all know next year the Ram trucks are coming in. And supposedly in 27 or 28, they're going to be bringing in the Dodge NASCAR cars. Well, I saw this in several places that are reputable sources, Steve. You know my sources. I don't bring you garbage and lies.
Yeah.
So apparently the going rumor is Richard Childress is leaving Chevrolet for Dodge.
Okay. I thought you were going to say Toyota, and I was going to say, no way.
Well, now, I don't think he'd go that far. But he's looking, the speculation of rumor is that he is not getting any factory help from Chevrolet, and he wants to move to Toyota. Now, here's the other name that they have been kicking around to join Richard Childress Racing. You ready for this one?
Go ahead.
Penske. They're saying that both of those or one of those is going to leave their brand, whether it's Ford or Chevrolet, and jump on the Dodge bandwagon. But the thing though is too, with Penske, that's Richard. No, Richard Childress has Spire Motorsports that's on the complex. So now, would Spire jump over to Dodge, or would they stay as Chevrolet?
Mm-hmm.
Because Richard Childress builds all the engines for Chevrolet pretty much. Builds all those engines, so he's got the horsepower. He's got the technologically advanced and all of that. He could pull this off, and I imagine that's what Dodge is going after them for, is for that engine program. But I don't know. I'm just saying that this was confirmed by several reputable sources that I look at, and that this is going to happen. So, do you want to smash a break? Because I want to talk about that NFL game from last week.
Okay, I can do that. It's 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call Tell today at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Alrighty, got us Friday. Hey, did I say hello to Eskimo Mom? I don't think I did. Checking in for a Friday for her hump day, but 17 days till Labor Day. 61 days till King Steve's birthday. Thank you much. 132 days till Christmas. I did forward you an email concerning a ramp closure coming up next week for I-75 exit 90, which is in near my home 20. It's going to be closed for like a month. I got the usual run tonight, getting a late start thanks to warehouse computer issues. Add in some traffic and road work to the mix. That makes even more fun. But next week is staycation. I got some projects that need my attention at the home 20. The joys of home ownership. Looking at hazy skies, 75 degrees, high 71 in Kentucky tonight. Be safe out there. Have a good weekend. Thank you, Eskimo Mom. All right, Brain Dead wanted to talk about, which NFL game was it last week?
The one last week where they had to put the player in the ambulance and take him off the field.
Okay, and they didn't complete the game. I think, is it correct that they said both teams' players just didn't want to continue, or what actually happened?
No. That right there showed me true compassion as a player. Yes, playing football is a dangerous sport. Yes, I'll give you that all day long. But see, I love Eagle and how he thinks. All auto racing should be run at 55 mile an hour, no matter if it's a drag race, NASCAR, Formula One, whatever. So now what should we do, Eagle? Should we bubble wrap the players or just do a bunch of flag football where we, like they do in the Pro Bowl, where we can't touch them? Okay? It's a contact sport. It's like boxing. What are we supposed to do? Bubble wrap the boxers or the MMA fighters too? I mean, where do we end all this? The players, what they did, showed human compassion for a player. When you get carted off the field on the little golf cart, that's one thing. But when you get taken out by an ambulance, that's pretty dang serious to me. That just showed the compassion. Now, if you were an owner or the commissioner and you said, hey, players, y'all get back to playing, you don't have to order them to go back to playing because they can go out and go home. They can contact their agents and their attorneys and get all their money. This is something that you very rarely ever see in sports, especially when you get two rival teams together. Okay, the solidarity was there.
Mm-hmm.
I saw that, and you can't replace that. Those players were affected. Now, I'm not saying they got PTSD. Please do not take that the wrong way. But they showed the heart and the compassion, and they cared for another player, even if it wasn't their own player. These players are all friends in one shape, form, or fashion or another off the field. They could be former teammates. They could have been, the guy they went to neighborhood school with. It could have been anybody. But the fact of the matter, at the end of the day, the gentleman was severely injured to be carted off in an ambulance. I know if I played football, sorry, I would do exactly what those players did, is let the clock run out, standing there and making a prayer. Because what's to say that guy, I don't remember his name, please forgive me. But what's to say that guy doesn't make it? What's to say that guy died? Like, you mentioned his name from last year at the Pro Bowl game. The guy
was what was the game? I mentioned the game where the Bengals and the Bills were playing, and the guy he actually kind of died on the field. They brought him back. Is that the one you're referencing? Or? Yeah. Okay.
Yep. That's the one. But it just shows compassion. We in this world, we need more compassion for others. We need to treat people a lot more with a lot more courtesy and respect. This world has gone crazy. It's gone insane. And every day, Steve, I just shake my head and go, okay, what's next? What is next, Steve? But with that, my friend, you have a good weekend, and I'll talk to you later.
All right, good to hear from you there, Brain Dead. All right, I think what Eagle had brought up, what was it? The fact that you forked over hundreds of dollars. What's the cost of a ticket to get in? You paid $50 to park, and all the money that goes in to attending a game like that. Somebody gets hurt. Should you give them a refund? Give them a rain check? This was indeed, and I kind of understand, a preseason game. I mean, it meant nothing at all. They were, I believe, in the fourth quarter. It was, there was nothing really to gain any further by continuing that game. The other game where the guy, actually the player that kind of died on the field and brought him back, that was a crucial game. That was leading into, that had playoff contentions in that particular case, and it was the first quarter. So, it was very, very early in the game. But, I don't know, your sentiments, 844-844-3388. I see the Grump is on board. Going to talk a little bit about some of this cargo theft and get his 2 cents on what do we anticipate later today. Yeah, the meeting that will be taking place between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump. Will get your sentiments. Looks like Eagle, matter of fact, is on board as well. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Just enough time to quickly mention a new Kentucky Transportation Cabinet initiative is going to be using camera technology to catch speeding drivers in active work zones. The announcement this week that the launch of automated speed enforcement in state highway work zones. According to the Transportation Cabinet, cameras will be placed within the work zone with officers stationed beyond the work zone where they can safely make the traffic stop. Tickets will only be issued to drivers in person based on camera or detector data from inside the work zone. Speeding and traffic violations can vary. A $500 fine when workers are actually present. They will begin installing speed cameras during the summer months here in selected work zones. More to be added in the coming years, they say. Last year, they said there were 1,200 plus work zone crashes in Kentucky. 7 fatalities, 298 injuries. Now, they say our goal is not to issue tickets. Our goal is to ensure safe speeds to prevent fatalities and protect the motorist and construction crews working in these high-risk environments. And this enforcement, too, will help us do it throughout the state. So you may not see the blue bubbles. They're in the construction zone, but they're seeing you. And if you're speeding somewhere through that construction zone, they'll get you when you come out of the construction zone. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call Tell at 866-404-6289.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Certain great things can be gained in the first. It's going to be a very important meeting, but it's setting the table.
President Trump says his virtual meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was a 10.
The president said that's how he'd rate the call that also included Vice President Vance and European allies.
We had a very good call. He was on the call. President Zelensky was on the call.
The call came prior to a summit with Vladimir Putin on Friday in Alaska. Trump again said the Ukraine-Russia war is not his. It belongs to former President Biden, but said he'll impose severe penalties on Russia if Putin won't agree to a deal. Zelensky has said that Ukraine won't give up any territory to Russia and will not give up trying to gain NATO membership. Russia has demanded Ukraine give up land to reach a deal to end the war. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points, the S&P gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq fell by 2 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here. Yeah, rolling into the greatest day of the week. What do you say, Grump? Good morning.
Hey, Steve. This is Vic.
Oh, I thought it was the Grump. I apologize. Vic, what's going on, Vic?
Okay, well, I didn't know if you came to me instead of Grump for a mistake. But, well, when you were talking about that cargo theft, I remember several years ago, I agreed to run over Christmas. And, you know, I got stopped at 3 or 4 scales, and they wanted to see my manifest and what I was carrying and everything else, because I guess there was a lot of cargo theft that came up around Christmas time. So I don't know if they still do that or not, or if they just it was something. Maybe there was a lot going on at that time or whatever, but it kind of shook me up a little bit. And the other thing was the individual talking about the washers and dryers. When we used to haul Maytag, that was a big problem because they had some really expensive washers and dryers, and I mostly hauled the ones that were going into mobile homes. So, you know, they weren't very much sought after. But when you had a Maytag load on, you always had to make sure where you parked the truck and all that other type of stuff. So I don't know how long. Cargo theft's been going on forever. And I just, when they mentioned about those washers and dryers, yeah, they were something that was sought after. And incidentally, that I don't know, whenever they're talking about opening up GE Appliance Park, GE sold their appliance business to a Chinese company, Haier or something, whatever it is. And that's who's actually opening up Appliance Park again. So, I mean, it's still going to create jobs in America, and they're going to be making stuff in America. But I guess GE kept their industrial business and their defense business. But I just wanted to mention about that. And the other thing is, you're talking about this meeting that's going on up there with Putin and Trump. You know, I forgot about that. But you remember that there were actually some bio labs that were set up there in Ukraine that we had a part of.
Yeah.
You know, so there is so much stuff to cover. There are people that have been buried in their backyard. They haven't had a decent funeral. I mean, it's going to be endless. So different, just I guess you'd call it more like housekeeping stuff that's going to have to be dealt with before they get down to the really serious stuff. And the really big part was that whenever Biden went into that, you remember Biden says, well, it depends on how much territory they take or something like that when they asked him about the invasion, which in a way I thought just kind of green-lighted Putin to go ahead and invade Ukraine. And that's the different things that have went on over there. Russia stole wheat from them. They've taken kids from Ukraine and taken them to Russia. So I guess those kids are getting, they're fairly old now. So I don't know how they're going to get that all straightened out or what issues are going to be coming up. But it just kind of, all that stuff just kind of hit me. And it seems kind of odd, but, I was in two different units there. One was special ops and the other one was the hospital unit there where we took our summer camp at Elmendorf. And, I didn't even realize it, but I guess I had a little bit of PTSD because seeing all those people coming back from Vietnam and through that hospital, my job was to look for, different invasive species as best I could on an aircraft, but I'd have to be there and see those bodies coming off. And I don't know what it was, but whenever I had to, get treated for that dog bite and stuff, all that stuff just kind of came flooding back all at once. And with all these wars, I was amazed how much it really affected me. I mean, I'm over it now, but it just, the things that I seen coming back out of Vietnam, it was amazing. And now then you've got Putin and, the Russians coming in and landing up there, something that the American public was never told. Our fighter pilots, they weren't just fighting the North Vietnamese Air Force. There were Chinese and Russian pilots in a lot of those planes, but they just kind of kept that away from the American public for whatever reason. So it seems odd now that a Russian leader and an American leader are discussing peace in another country. So that's just something that just kind of struck me as odd. I mean, I wish them a lot of luck, but they've got so many issues to take care of. And I don't think Zelensky wants to be left on the outs. And we enabled Zelensky, and then kind of after we realized he had no expense, not any expense, but not any plan, and money and equipment was disappearing. Well, we just got kind of halfway in and realized this isn't going to work because it's just turned into a slugfest. And a lot of deaths and a lot of civilians dead. So it's going to be a lot of rebuilding over there. So frankly, I'm not really expecting a whole lot out of this meeting. Mm-hmm. Maybe if they can work it out, that would be great. But there's just way too many issues there to just try to solve it in one meeting or even get started. They're already starting about the second meeting. So maybe they'll get to that point. We'll just have to wait and see. And that's all I had there, Steve.
Yeah, I guess they're kind of saying what Eagle's been saying, that how can you come up with a deal without Zelensky being a part of the deal? Pretty much what Trump said yesterday, right? This meeting, see what they can work out. But when at some point Zelensky has to offer his blessing on whatever the hell it's going to be. Yeah, we had the retired Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt and former Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore kind of going toe-to-toe this past day about the summit. While Holt made the case that anything should be on the table to end the Russia-Ukraine war, Gilmore said, well, Trump cannot legitimize what Putin's done in Ukraine. In a rather spirited exchange, Gilmore, former U.S. ambassador to the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, warned that Putin's ultimate goal is to secure our American recognition of the territorial conquests in Ukraine. A move that he says would have disastrous consequences. My hope is when President Trump is here tomorrow, he will understand exactly what Putin's trying to do. What he's trying to do is get the American stamp of legitimacy on his conquest, on his violence, on his atrocities. If he gets it, I believe we're on a long-term path to a major war up the road. Now, Gilmore argued that without such legitimacy, Russia's hold on any occupied territory will eventually crumble, whether in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years. He urged Trump to reject any territorial concessions and levy the sanctions instead. My counsel to him would be walk away from any unreasonable demands that Putin's making and put those sanctions on him. Now Holt strongly disagreed, saying the war has devolved into a bloody stalemate with mounting casualties and an urgent need for dialogue. We're north of 1 million dead in a war of attrition, so how many have to die before we escalate ourselves into some sort of a nuclear escalation, with Ukraine as the flashpoint? Holt said Russia's failed to achieve their original objective, conquering Ukraine in a matter of days. And they're struggling to make limited territorial gains. Russia's already proven with its army over the last 3 years it's not in danger of taking over anything. But he did warn Ukraine's fighting forces are severely depleted, with battalions down 30%, soldiers ranging from 16 to 60 years old. The poor, valiant Ukrainian soldiers, they're buckling because they don't have enough men to fight. They have 60-year-olds on the line. They've got 16-year-olds that have never held a gun before. So we don't want to talk this out. It is 16 before the hour. All right, we'll get, there's Eagle on board here on a Friday. What's happening, Eagle? Good morning. It's the sound of success. He's getting some rest. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. That was the best call I've heard from that person in a long time.
Yeah, watch it.
I hope he makes more of those calls. Sorry. Well, I tell you what. Russia claimed that they were going to, like you said,
in days,
get this war done in a matter of days or weeks. And we've seen what the Ukrainian people can do when they are supplied with arms and weapons. And I think they've made a pretty good stand for themselves, where the Russians had to go and get North Korean conscript troops to fight on their behalf. So there's weakness one right there. And yeah, you may have 16-year-olds, you may have 60-year-olds fighting, but I mean, think about it. If we here were under that kind of attack, hell, I'd be one of the first ones to volunteer. I'm pushing 59. So, and my nephews and my grandson, they know how to shoot weapons. So, I mean, if they had to, they could be called in to help. And I mean, and who wouldn't want to defend their homeland from an encroaching enemy? I mean, as sad as it is, that's just the way it is. People think Trump's going in with just, with no, damn, my mind has gone blank here. But I mean, he's not going in just willy-nilly saying, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want that. No. He's already said to himself, this is what we need to do. He's got a group of people who actually can think in the real world terms instead of fantasy land. He knows that fairy dust and and the unicorn farts ain't going to happen. He knows. He is so far ahead of the people. I can't imagine what else he's thinking about, but he's already thought about it. He's already got the scenarios planned out. And like he said yesterday on the press conference that he had, I'll know within 5 to 10 minutes whether or not this is going to be a real, honest meeting, summit, or if it's just going to be crap. We either going to go the full dance or we're going to pull out. And it's not like Zelensky hasn't been informed of what's going on, because he already had a phone call with Zelensky, letting him know exactly what is going to go on. Buddy, I don't have my high beams on you. Yes. Anyway, so I don't think Trump's just going in, like I said, willy-nilly. He's got all this stuff planned out. He's got good people around him. He knows that he can trust these people more than he could the former administration that he had. So, other than that, and I'll tell you what, oil is $60 a barrel, and we still are paying this kind of high price for the oil. For gasoline at the pumps, it's damn. Like I was saying yesterday, when is it actually going to go down? They're always saying, well, we got to be prepared. We got to be prepared just in case. Well, as soon as someone farts in the Middle East, I mean, prices go up. Oh, we got a crisis. No, we don't. We've got it here. Just go ahead and, if you want to bankrupt somebody, go ahead and get as much oil out of the ground as you can, and then offer it to other countries to sell cheaper. So the other countries that are producers, force them to sell it cheaper. Russia's making money on what they call the Black Fleet. Well, I think economic sanctions is what's going to have to be done if Putin doesn't play ball. I mean, it is amazing how our country, our financial system, can dictate terms to the world. I mean, think about it. We are going to put sanctions on countries such and such. And all of a sudden they are crippled. Is it because the world's banking is here in the States? Is that how that works out? Where they said, the dollar is going to be the main focal point of all countries' monetary positions?
Correct.
Is that how that works out, Steve? Okay, all right. So I'm not as dumb as I thought.
Oil is traded.
That I was, or
oil is traded in the U.S. dollar.
Yeah. All right. So the dollar is the current basic currency of the world that everyone goes by. Well, back about 15 years ago or so, when the oil was $140 a barrel, remember how much that they were charging for a gallon of gas? And now it seems like we never did really truly get away from that high price. I mean, a couple of years ago, California was charging damn near $10 a gallon in some places.
Mm-hmm.
Now they're at $6, but I mean, geez, what the hell? I don't know. Maybe I'm just, I don't know. Well, a couple of weeks ago, I went ahead and posted on your fan page, just give us a call and join the groups of people we got out here. And I think the issue was the couple that did inquire about it thought it was something that was going to be sponsored by Hot Shot Secret or Golden Eagle products. Then I made it clear that it's not affiliated with any of these groups. It's just a bunch of drivers that get together and just, have discussions that are serious or sophomoric humor, or just as if you were in a bar, you cracked the beer, you sat down, and you were just talking the talk and just enjoying the other people's company. Well, it hasn't produced anything, but you know what? That's fine. Maybe some people think, you've got to be a truck driver to call and talk, and you don't. You don't have to be any certain career. Mainly it's for us drivers so we can keep each other awake, and have good camaraderie out here. But I mean, sometimes it's good to have another voice in the crowd and just listen to what people have to say, which, take it or leave it. There's no toll-free number to call. You just call one person and we share the number around, and, we're not going to call you unless you say it's okay for us to call. But, it don't matter. We're always happy to have new callers call in and say, hey, and, if you don't feel comfortable, then that's fine too. Hey, did you see the news article? I'm trying to think of what it was. I don't know if it was Apple News or somebody, but they were worried about dementia hitting Trump right now. Did you see anything like that on your feeds?
I have not seen anything in regards to that. No.
I sure wish I would have taken a screenshot and sent it to you, because I mean, it's crazy the way that these people think. All this time Joe Biden's acting like a certified DA out there,
right?
And now Trump gets in. Oh, he misspoke. He must have dementia. Well, the Trump hating people out there. I mean, Trump could do what would make everybody in America millionaires, and they would still gripe about him because, well, he didn't think about other countries.
There's no win, right?
I really think there is no win at all. And I truly think that if he had not been elected, had it been another Republican, yeah, they would have still gotten some crap, but because their name wouldn't have been Trump, they wouldn't have been attacking him so much. So, God bless Trump. God bless the country. God help us too. And let's just go ahead and try this again next week. And
all right, we'll have a great weekend there. All right. He mentioned oil prices. And oil, the price per barrel is down leading into the summit today. And there's definitely implications, whatever the outcome of this summit would be, impacts on oil prices in the event of ultimately the sanctions being leveled against Russia. That would definitely put upward pressure on prices, because that's going to be taking that Russian oil off the market. It would be impacting the like of India, China, the primary consumers or purchasers of the Russian oil. Same time, we've got OPEC Plus, which we've been following, they're ending their production cuts. We've been through this cycle on more than one occasion. And according to the Financial Times this past day, what OPEC Plus, according to some, Saudi Arabia's kind of trying to repeat the cycle. A cycle to where we had the shale oil boom in the United States, and then prices globally plummeted, and we ended up capping off how many wells were capped off. They were costing more to get the oil out of the ground than they could sell it for. You can't run a business like that. We had that once. Prices went up. Began opening wells again. And the price, now this is round number 3. Currently, shale production has been increasing, growing here in the U.S., but according to the Energy Information Administration, they announced this week that U.S. oil output is going to fall next year, and they're forecasting oil prices could drop to $47.77 a barrel, which would take us into the territory, again, what would be well below the break-even price for shale drilling. Shale executives tell the Financial Times that we are now in a new price war with Saudi Arabia, Russia, and other OPEC members. It would be not the right route to go. It would imperil President Trump to call for more American crude to be pumped. Hold the thought there, because we'll pick up with more next hour. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. You can learn more at tel360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Building a wall on the southern border with Mexico has been a priority of the Trump administration.
He announced this week that the administration is clawing back some of the panels that had been discarded under the Biden administration, which were being sold as scrap.
We reached a settlement where we're taking the wall back, but they stole the wall from us. That wall is so expensive.
The wall panels were sitting at construction staging areas until Texas stepped in. President Trump said this week week that they'll put it up, but did not give a timeline. I'm Brian Shook.
An American influencer has been cleared to leave Antarctica 6 weeks after he was busted for illegally landing on the continent.
19-year-old Ethan Guo was on a mission to become the youngest person to fly solo to all 7 continents, all while raising $1 million for cancer research. That ended when he was charged with presenting false information to ground control and landing without authorization. In exchange for those charges being dropped, a judge on Monday ordered Guo to make a sizable donation to a children's cancer foundation and to stay out of Chilean Antarctic territory for 3 years. I'm Mark Neafield.
Mars Wrigley is introducing candy without synthetic dyes next year.
Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has set out to get companies to drop artificial food dyes, and Mars was considered a holdout, according to the company. M&M's, Skittles Original, Extra Gum Spearmint, and Starburst Original fruit chews will not include synthetic dyes, and they'll be available to purchase online throughout the U.S. Several food manufacturers, including General Mills, PepsiCo, Tyson Foods, Hershey, and more, have already announced plans to ditch synthetic colors. I'm Chris Caraccio.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points, the S&P gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq fell by 2 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Governor Ron DeSantis says it's time to open another immigration detainment facility in the state of Florida.
Governor Ron DeSantis announcing the $6 million build-out of the deportation depot at the Baker Correctional Facility in North Florida.
It'll be able to hold more than 1,300 illegal alien detainees.
He says Alligator Alcatraz was more expensive and holds up to 5,000 detainees, but he says since it opened, more migrants are opting for voluntary departure, which means a free plane ticket home. I'm Karen Curtis.
A former GOP candidate in New Mexico has been given an 80-year prison sentence for hiring gunmen to attack Democrats.
Solomon Pena was a Republican candidate for a state house seat in 2022. Federal prosecutors say after his loss, Pena claimed he was the victim of election fraud and hired gunmen to carry out drive-by shootings in Albuquerque at the homes of 4 Democratic officials. No one was hurt in the shootings, and the 2 gunmen pleaded guilty last year. Pena was convicted of 13 felony charges earlier this year and sentenced Wednesday. His lawyer says Pena will appeal the conviction. I'm Michael Kastner.
A group armed with hammers and bear spray broke into a Seattle jewelry store and stole $1 million worth of jewelry.
The theft happened around noon Thursday at Benashie & Sons Jewelers. The suspects used hammers to break the glass and doors and entered the business, smashing glass cases and stealing jewelry. The suspects were gone when police arrived. Police have not released information about the suspects. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Back at it. We've got us a Friday as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you along for the ride. 15th day of August, mid-month. Here it is. All right, Carl got you coming up here momentarily. I want to get back first. What's going on with oil prices? It does kind of defy logic at the moment why prices at the pump are where they are, based on the cost of crude, crude dropped down to, West Texas Intermediate was down to like 62 something today per barrel. Trying to digest it, I guess most of us kind of sit around here and we think we've got so much oil right here under our own feet, right? Which we do. If we just pull our oil out of the ground, we don't need the rest of the world's damn oil. Let them fend for themselves. It doesn't work that way. Oil is sold and priced on a global scale, global supply, global demand. And where we left off there is we've been through this before, to where, we had become the world's largest producer of oil, and prices were coming down to the point where it was costing more for the producers to get it out of the ground, and obviously they say too much. We got to produce less. We can't afford it. We're not going to lose money. You can't spend $65 a barrel to drill it and then turn around and sell it for $45. Does that make sense? And according to the, Financial Times this past day, that may be the route we are rapidly heading once again. U.S. shale producers are right now idling some rigs and holding back spending. Taking shelter from the OPEC-induced price slump that is likely to send American output sharply lower next year. The number of crews fracking shale, oil, and gas wells, it's kind of the crucial barometer for the industry's activity levels, hit a 4-year low last week. Producers, they say, have wiped about $1.8 billion from capital spending plans over 2 quarters. The Energy Information Administration, as I mentioned, said next year crude could potentially drop to $47.77 a barrel, well below the shale drillers' break-even price. Shale executives tell the Financial Times we are in a new price war with Saudi Arabia, Russia, OPEC members. What the administration doesn't quite understand is that we've gone from drill, baby, drill to wait, baby, wait. Kirk Edwards is chief executive of Latigo Petroleum in Odessa, Texas. He said we're not going to be putting any more rigs out until prices get back and stabilize in the $75 per barrel range. You will see U.S. production start to drop this fall and into next year. Soaring shale output over the last 20 years made us the world's biggest oil and gas producer. But the higher cost of production leaves shale drilling vulnerable to price swings when it comes to crude. Scott Sheffield, who ran the shale producer Pioneer Natural Resources, which is now part of ExxonMobil, said OPEC is forcing another reckoning in his sector. The best way for OPEC to gain market share is to keep oil prices in the $60 range for several years. That will reduce investment in U.S. shale, as well as Canada and Brazil, and exploration for oil around the world. It'll force consolidation. Speaking at the International Energy Agency, he said a surge in global oil production being led by Saudi Arabia and weaker than expected growth in demand has created the potential for a large overhang in the market. Crude prices have fallen almost 13% since April 1. West Texas Intermediate at $62.21 a barrel yesterday, which is below the $65 the Federal Reserve Bank of Dallas's quarterly survey says shale producers need to turn a profit. Fears that Middle Eastern turmoil could hit global output have turned into anxiety in Texas, our most prolific energy-producing state. Concerns of a glut of supply. OPEC started boosting production in April. They plan to add more than 2 million barrels a day to supply, about as much as Germany's total consumption. At a meeting earlier this month, the cartel agreed to keep raising supply in September. The head of global commodities and derivatives research at Bank of America said Riyadh, which they can extract oil at about $4 or $5 a barrel, had America's higher cost shale producers in their sights. Saudi is driving their production increase from OPEC because they want back the market share that they've lost to U.S. shale. Now, he predicts a long, relatively shallow price war. The Energy Information Administration on Tuesday said as prices drifted lower, U.S. output is going to start to struggle. From a record high of 13.6 million barrels a day this year, production is expected to drop to 13.1 by December of next year. The decrease next year would be the first, bar the coronavirus pandemic, for the world's biggest producer since 2015, when an earlier OPEC price war also hammered the U.S. and the top 20 shale producers. Excluding the super majors, ExxonMobil and Chevron, cut their 2025 capital expenditure budgets by about $1.8 billion over the last 2 quarters. In other words, plans that had been in the works for more exploration, more drilling, that's being taken off the books. They're not going to be expanding. TD Cowen, an investment bank, said shale drillers' 2025 PACEPs would end the year 4% lower than last year. Recommended news, in-depth oil and gas industries, India's Russian oil conundrum. All right, 539. The rigs, the number of producers have taken rigs offline, they're saying. 539 were drilling for onshore oil in the U.S. last week, almost 10% fewer than in the same period last year, according to oil field services company Baker Hughes. Just 167 fracking crews are operating. That's down by 76 crews this year. The companies are also trying to eke out more efficiency gains, drilling longer wells more quickly. Permian Resources said every drilling day they saved about $100,000 during the second quarter. So I guess the quicker you can get something drilled. But so we've been here before, been here, done that. Shorty asked the question, hey, Steve, with oil prices down, have we filled up the Strategic Petroleum Reserve? I can tell you, the money, the funds to refill the SPR, that was a part of the big, beautiful bill, the money to allocate to purchase that oil. I have no idea, timing-wise, how long does it take? Yeah, once that bill was signed, I would presume right now on a daily basis there is X amount of oil replenishing the SPR. I could probably do a little digging and see how that's progressing. But yes, the money was there in the big, beautiful bill. All right, Carl, thanks for hanging in there. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. I'm headed around this Moccasin Bend here in Chattanooga this morning on my way back to Kentucky. My schedule had changed is one of the reasons why I hadn't been calling in, and I'm starting a different time right now is what it is. I'm starting out about 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. really is what I'm doing now. So, but the oil prices. The thing about that, I've discovered and analyzed that a lot too myself. And I think it's a lot of investors are involved in that too, in the price and all of that. And this is worldwide investing, okay? So many people are involved in the oil big time. And people like Mark Cuban and, the billionaires, they're controlling it. And we've got people like the Bushes, the Bush family. They were involved in oil, and they've got their connections in Saudi Arabia and all of that stuff going on. It's just so widespread that just kind of like people like me, we just don't know what all's involved in it, and it's hard to figure it out.
Yep.
Because we decide that there's things that ought to be happening, but they're not, and we don't understand it. It's taken away from us because we don't get the point. What's going on, the volatile situations all over the world is involved in it too, and then if they produce, like you were saying about the production of oil, if they produce and flood the market with oil, then all of a sudden we expect the price to come down, but it doesn't, And we're thinking it's kind of like the stock market too, because the stock market is the same. We think that it ought to be picking up, but it's going down, and they're kind of like one day it's up and then the next day it's down. So you lose money one day and you make money the next day, and then you end up even at the end of the week, and it's like, well, if you're lucky. And so there's so many factors involved in all of that, plus politics. This New York Stock Exchange people, Heatwave brought up an important point there, because it's like this, okay? We've got 50% of America is Republican, okay? The red, we're involved in what we think is right for America. And then we've got 50% of America is like anti-Semites, and they're Democrats, and they're thinking not the same way as us, but we're supposed to be the United States of America. And Heatwave brought it up. He says they would be willing to fight, but for America. But we've got people here who would fight for the enemy before they would fight with us against the common enemy. They would join the enemy forces against us just to get rid of us. That's what I'm seeing. If, for example, if China came over here, okay, to fight against us, we would have a big wide swath of America would be joining with the Chinese to fight against us.
Hard to imagine. That's a distinct possibility. I think so. There are those, because, how often we say many on the left of the left, actually, they don't like, they hate America, the capitalistic society.
Yes, they hate what the good and what the right's supposed to be standing for, and they would probably be burning the American flag while they were fighting against us, you know? I mean, it's ridiculous what's going on. But getting to the thing about the meeting here, okay, I'm not expecting a whole lot out of it either, okay, but at least it's a beginning, all right? And that's something that we didn't have with Joe Biden. We did not have it, and we wouldn't have had it with Kamala Harris either. And so we wouldn't have meetings like this. See, Donald Trump has even met with Kim Jong-un, okay, and the Democrats have criticized that to no end about meeting with Kim Jong-un. Okay, and now he's meeting with Putin, and they're coming out saying, well, first of all, we must understand that the Russian president, Vladimir Putin, he's an adversary, okay? Well, that's pretty obvious. Yes, he is an adversary, okay? But we're meeting with him in order to understand him more and why, and we want to know why he has invaded Ukraine and what is his end game in all of this? What is he wanting out of all of this?
Right.
Okay. And so, yeah, we understand he's wanting some territory. He wants it all, basically. He wants Ukraine, the whole country again. But now, you know, what we've already done, though, America's already stepped in with Donald Trump and secured some rights to minerals there, okay? So we've already got that, okay? So there is some things there that Putin cannot ever have. He's not going to get the minerals that we have dealt with, okay, there. So we've already got our foot in the door on that issue, all right? So we're going to continue with that and lay some ground rules. In my opinion, I think Trump will do it. He will lay some ground rules on where Russia can actually go and what they cannot do and what they can do. But then again, what they need to do is just basically ease on out of there. Just get on out of there. Okay, that's what they really need to do. And I think Putin is going to get a not necessarily a rude awakening, but he's going to be enlightened on some things, what he needs to do. And there's going to be some paperwork that he's going to take home with him. Okay, and so this is not going to be too much of a win-win for Putin.
Yeah.
All right, because the Democrats are trying to say that he's going to just buffalo Trump all the way, and they're going to say that no matter what happens, even if they come up with a peace deal that worked, they would still say, you know, that we lost in the deal, you know, but. But yeah, overall, I think Trump has just made leaps and bounds over Joe Biden and Barack Obama. He's just leaps and bounds above them, you know, top notch. He's first class in the whole thing. And I appreciate Donald Trump for doing what he's done. And thank you, Steve, for taking my call.
All righty. Thank you for being a part of the program there, Carl. Have a good morning. A guy by the name of Brad Klepper, who is a regular contributor to the publication The Trucker. Provides valuable information for drivers and motor carriers. He's president of Interstate Trucker Ltd. That's a law firm that's dedicated to legal defense for commercial drivers out there. And had a very interesting piece to share with drivers out there, to which he says, all right, folks, let's talk data. You know, the valuable information that makes up your digital life. With more of our lives online than ever before, protecting data isn't just for tech geeks in somebody's basement. It's for everyone, including for your grandma who sits in her rocker knitting socks. To you, the truck driver, whom I consider to be the kings and queens of the open road, think of your personal data, your bank information, your health records, even your preference for country or hip-hop music as precious cargo. You wouldn't leave your rig unlocked with the keys in the ignition, would you? Same goes for your digital presence. Cyber crooks are out there everywhere. And they're smarter than a badger with a master's degree in mischief. They're constantly looking for that easy score. Getting your data stolen is not just an inconvenience, it's a legal headache. You could face identity theft, fraudulent accounts open in your name, a damaged credit card score that takes years to fix. Recovering often means endless calls to banks, credit bureaus, even law enforcement. If your data is misused for illegal activities, you might find yourself entangled in a legal battle to clear your own name. Significant time and investment. So we had some tips. What is a savvy individual to do? First off, strong, unique passwords are your best friend. No using password 123 or your dog's birthday. And think of your passwords as the Fort Knox of your online accounts. Use two-factor authentication whenever possible. It's like having an extra lock on the door. A quick text message or app code can save you from a world of hurt. Next, be wary of the phishing emails and scams. If an email looks fishy, smells fishy, and asks you to click a link to verify your account for a bank you don't even use, it's a scam. Don't take the bait. Finally, keep your software updated on all your devices. These updates aren't just for shiny new emojis. They patch up security vulnerabilities faster than a good mechanic fixes a flat. The headlines are full of reminders about how vulnerable our data truly is. I mean, just the past few months, we've seen some major data breaches with widespread impacts. Early this year, the massive data exposure came to light involving 16 billion passwords across 30 different data sets, records tied to everything from Google and Apple to social media platforms. This was not a hack of one company, but a compilation from various info-stealer malware. We'll pick up with more very interesting, good advice coming up after this. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. Tel gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Certain great things can be gained in the first. It's going to be a very important meeting, but it's setting the table.
President Trump says his virtual meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was a 10.
The president said that's how he'd rate the call that also included Vice President Vance and European allies.
We had a very good call. He was on the call. President Zelensky was on the call.
The call came prior to a summit with Vladimir Putin on Friday in Alaska. Trump again said the Ukraine-Russia war is not his. It belongs to former President Biden, but said he'll impose severe penalties on Russia if Putin won't agree to a deal. Zelensky has said that Ukraine won't give up any territory to Russia and will not give up trying to gain NATO membership. Russia has demanded Ukraine give up land to reach a deal to end the war. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points, the S&P gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq fell by 2 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Thank you so much. We'll pick it right back up there. Finish up with cyber security. And we've all heard of major breaches. Seems like something happens every day. But he said for the truckers out there who are constantly on the move, that often rely on public networks, he had a few extra data security tips that you might not always hear. Number one, he said, mind the juice jackers. What is that? That is public charging stations that can be compromised with malware. He said carry your own charging cable, use a portable power bank, or charge directly from a wall outlet. Avoid plugging your phone into unknown USB ports. Make sure your wallet has an RFID protection. Many of today's modern credit cards use the RFID technology, where you can just swipe and go. Cyber criminals nowadays can use skimming devices and actually steal your credit card information wirelessly. He suggests investing in an RFID blocking wallet or sleeves to protect your physical cards. He suggests turn off auto-connect features for Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. That prevents your phone or your tablet from automatically linking to potentially malicious or unsecured networks without your permission. Be aware of public computers. If you must use a public computer, like at a truck stop, hotel, or library, avoid logging into any sensitive accounts like your banking or even email. Use incognito private browse mode. Always remember to log out and clear the browser history, or better yet, stick to your own device with a secure VPN. Lastly, ensure physical security for digital devices. It might seem obvious, but never leave your devices unattended, even for a minute in public places. If you're staying in a hotel, use the in-room safe. A stolen device is a direct path to a data breach. Stay sharp, stay safe, keep your digital cargo locked down. Because a little prevention goes a long way in keeping those digital bandits from driving off with your peace of mind. And he did share a little disclaimer that the contents of this article are intended to convey general information only, not to provide legal advice or opinions. Contents of this article should not be construed as and should not be relied upon for legal advice in any particular circumstance or fact situation. Yeah, CYA, right? But good advice. Meanwhile, Blind Man joins us on a Friday. Morning, Blind Man. Are you with us? Okay. Hello, Blind Man. I thought I heard him pop in momentarily there. Okay, so where do we go? It's 844-844-3388. Hey, are we up and at 'em? Eagle, what's going on?
Yeah. I'm here right now. I got a couple things to talk about before the weekend. Look like I'm going to be on the road this weekend. So let's talk about some things on Monday Sunday night when you come back, which is meeting with Donald Trump and Putin. I've already told you my feelings on it the last two nights, and so I'm not going to speak on that anymore. I've said enough about that. But I want to focus on something else, and that's the situation. That's the situation that's going on in Washington, D.C. And I got something to say about Gavin Newsom. And listen, I'll get tired of repeating myself every time I say something like this, Steve. Apparently you either have some of your listeners have a listening problem. They don't hear too good, or they only hear what they want to hear. Had another instance that happened like that again last night, and I just let it go because I don't really care about people that want to chime in on everything. But I'm just to say that to get to what I'm gonna say right now. Now, Gavin Newsom, I'm telling you this right now. I don't like Gavin Newsom. I don't like nothing that has to do with California. I've been telling you that since I've been talking to you. I don't even go to California as a truck driver. I refuse to. Well, my company doesn't go to California to begin with. Even if they did, I wouldn't go because I used to live in California, and I know that the place is no good because it's run by Democrat / communists in California. For those people that don't hear too good that listen to your show. Now, to say that, I want to say this with the situation with Donald Trump and Gavin Newsom. See, right now, Steve, the thing is, Donald Trump doesn't like Gavin Newsom, and Newsom doesn't like Donald Trump. Okay, but see, now it's don't got to the point where it's personal between those two, and it's affecting the nation, the U.S. It's affecting California, and it's affecting the White House. Because see, here's what happened today in California. And Gavin Newsom, Donald Trump sent the ICE units out to a rally that Gavin Newsom was having, uncalled for, to embarrass Newsom and his followers like that. And that wasn't a mistake. That wasn't a coincidence that he did that. And you can clearly see, Steve, it's like I say, I support Donald Trump, but you can clearly see that Donald Trump is sending his people to the states of the people that he don't like. Now, are you gonna say I'm wrong about that?
I'm gonna say they're all over the country. Is Florida a state where that? Does Ron DeSantis like Trump? They're in Florida. Eagle, they're in every state. They're not just in Democrat states, but primarily.
Okay, I'm focusing on California. Okay, how come California, like I told you, is being hit so hard?
I've got the answer. Hold on a second. Listen to me. California is a sanctuary state. Colorado is a sanctuary state. You focus on the sanctuary states. That's where most of the illegals are. They're in these states that are protecting them. That's where you got to go get them. And if California had illegals attending that rally for Newsom this past day, they're illegally in the country, round their asses up. It sends the message, we're coming to get you no matter where you are.
Okay. Well, see, like I said, Steve, it's also personal between him and Gavin Newsom. Because see, you should know this backstory for this deal. The same way it's personal with Joe Biden and Donald Trump. The backstory with Trump and Newsom, they didn't just start hating each other just because Gavin Newsom resides in the state of California. You might not know that, but the reason that they have such hate between each other is because Donald Trump's son used to date a woman that's a TV broadcaster. Can't remember what her name was, but she also used to date Gavin Newsom. Not only did she date Newsom, she dated Donald Trump's son. So there's all personal problems between those people because of that. Because Trump Jr. doesn't like Newsom, and Newsom doesn't like Trump Jr. or his father. So there's a problem between. But see, here's what I'm saying, Steve. You can't let your political power play into what you do to people. You can't say, well, I don't give a damn about Gavin Newsom. I hate this guy, so I'm going to continue to send people out there to embarrass this man and destroy this man simply because you don't like the guy. That's what I'm trying to say. And the same thing with Newsom. He's trying to do things to agitate Donald Trump. He's wrong just like Trump is wrong. Both of them are wrong to use their political power to try to make a damn a statement. That's what I'm trying to say. And because it's costing American people money. You know how much money it costs to send the National Guard to California to put these people on the street? It's not free. These guys are not working for free. The same thing is they're not working for free in Washington D.C. for him to put a statement. The guys standing around. What good does it do to have a National Guard in Washington D.C. if they don't even have a damn gun in their hand? They just walking up and down the street with the uniform on. Emma, you gonna tell me I'm wrong about that too? That it's okay for them to walk around with no weapon? I'm telling you, Eagle, that I don't think you're getting your news from proper sources. Are you listening to Al Sharpton during the day, or where the hell are you getting your news? Because I disagree with something because with Donald Trump on a couple of things that is listen to Al Sharpton. I'm telling the truth. You're telling me that there's no troops walking around Washington D.C. tonight with no weapons at the taxpayer expense. Is that what you're telling me? I did not say that, Eagle. You're trying to make it sound like the National Guard are not doing anything in Washington D.C. They're not doing it. They're not doing anything. Where is the problem? Where is the problem where you need to have the military in Washington, D.C.? Where are these people at walking around with guns and machine guns, gunning down people? Well, show me in Washington, D.C. where they need to have a military man walking around with military uniform on it.
Well,
where is this problem at? Because I haven't seen it.
Ask the family members of the people that have been murdered on the streets just walking to the library. Ask the family members whose daughters have been raped by the criminals in Washington, D.C. The bigger picture, Eagle, is Washington, D.C. crime is not down, it's on the rise. The former Capitol Police Chief, appearing this week, spoke to Breitbart days after the announcement that the police were going to be federalized in D.C. And we brought in the national to restore law and order. Eagle, I can speak factually, having family members that have lived in D.C. for many, many years, worked in the heart of downtown with the security detail in the White House. Uncle Forrest, God rest his soul, who passed away a little over a year ago, worked in D.C. He lived in Herndon, Virginia. And when I went to visit there many years ago, he advised not going into the downtown area, especially when the sun goes down. Never go in there by yourself. Now, Sund explained there are several agencies working together to secure D.C. and highlighted that Donald Trump is a very, very detail-oriented person. In case people don't know it, it is not uncommon for him to be driving in a motorcade and realize, hey, the street lights are out. Or look at that. Look at that graffiti. He's in D.C. He takes note of it. That's how detail-oriented Trump is. For him to see some of the crime that's happening and some of the assaults that are occurring. The Navy Yard just blocks south of the Capitol, short distance from the White House. It's a big area. You see the gangs of youth taken over. It does not surprise me that they're now going to pool these federal resources, form a task force, explaining that they've done this before. We did this in the early 1990s when I was with D.C. Police. We were able to drive down the homicide rates. When Chief Lanier was chief, think about 2010 to 2014, we had a homicide rate that was maybe about 100, 170 a year. November of 2023, 274. Addressing the individuals who claim that D.C. has crime rates that are down, and what the mayor's trying to say. So when people talk about, there's this big drop. There's a drop from 2023 to 2024. But we're still double what we were, say, in 2010. There used to be a time that crime really stayed in certain neighborhoods here. Now, all that crime has migrated throughout the entire city. They're going to deploy to these areas and focus on the crime, the violent offenders, the repeat offenders. And he continued urging officials to zero in on the juveniles who all think they're going to get a slap on the wrist. I'm only 16. If I do something horrific, you can't put me in prison for life. They've always been very soft to punish juvenile crime. The concern with that is if you don't begin to address their behavior at that age, it's not like things get better as they get older. It gets worse. The D.C. homicide rate is 5 to 6 times what you have in any other major city in the United States. We'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
So I'm looking at the screen and I'm thinking, who the hell is Women's Feminine Products? And then I realize.
What's up, yo? It said, what do you want to discuss? Women's Feminine Products.
That really wasn't on the top of my list this morning, but what's going on, Spaceman?
Now, here's the weird thing. While I was listening to Eagle call, I'm just kidding. It sounded like he had a different politics this morning, but you don't have to agree on everything. So I'm just kind of walking around in circles and stuff at this pilot, picking at the ground and stuff. And in the gas pump line, fuel pump 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's three unrolled condoms laying on the ground here. A purple one and 2 tan ones. And they're old looking, like, they got oil spilled on them and stuff like that. So how do you think they got there? They're not in the package.
I have a sneaky suspicion how they might have got there.
But they're not used, Steve. They're not used.
No.
And they're not in the package. It's weird.
You think?
But do you want them?
No, I'll pass on that. Thank you. I'm not in the need any longer. So.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen one in 30 years, probably. I don't think I've seen a condom. But man, the devil was tempting me. See, I want to tell this story with. I'll tell it in a generic way. So a friend of mine was doing security. A lot of these guys work jobs for the week, right?
Yeah.
They had strippers where he was working at. And then, so about 400 or 500 miles from Sturgis, at a rest area, I run into one of the ones that was working where he was working. And picked around the idea about, it was suggested to split the cost of a room. And then I was like, no, I turned it down. And then, so I seen this particular red vehicle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then after, you know how you got the devil on one shoulder and and an angel in the other one. You know what I mean? They're telling you what to do. You know.
Yes. Yeah. Trying to tempt you.
So, right. So, anyways, we head on out of the rest area, and then, like for hundreds of miles, like you never realize how many of this vehicle that there is. Like every exit, I'm getting off to get gas, and so I'm like, oh, there it is. On a used car lot. It was crazy. Every exit ramp, I'm seeing this same vehicle. I thought she's like reappearing, and I'd have to have the battle, with the devil sitting on your shoulder and that. But that could have been an interesting experience, but you could end up getting it would be a life-changing experience. Get the herpes or the gonorrhea.
Yeah, you have your junk fall off or something. Yeah.
You might just stick it in and explode. If you don't, that might be why these condoms are laying here on the ground at Fuel Pump 1.
Yeah.
But I'm only 50 miles from home now.
I see. I was going to say, I knew you were getting close. I've been kind of following your journey. You checked in from, what was it, Iowa night before. Have you found how was your journey out? We were covering your live flooding event. Your tent didn't work worth a crap.
Oh, my God. That was something else. Holy crap. So I was going down 90 in Minnesota, and if you grew up in the Midwest, it'd be a normal sight to you, but it blew my mind. I seen the first one I seen was a biplane, like World War II era biplane doing crop dusting.
Yeah.
And it amazes me how they do their U-turn sideways and fly down within 10 feet over that corn and then fly back up. So I seen another one, and I got off this one wasn't a biplane. I made a video of it.
I saw that.
I got off the exit ramp and went down this little road a little bit, and I watched him for about a half hour till the sun almost went down. And so at that time, before I left there, I pulled up radar. And if you watch that video of the biplane, no, it's not a biplane, the crop duster. During that video, I say there's a storm up ahead. I talk about this storm. And I say it looks like it's going to stay north of 90. So I was keeping an eye on it, but it wasn't a concern.
Mm-hmm. Well, not at the moment it wasn't. But hey, we got to pause there. We close out another hour. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tell360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tell360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mild. After mile, ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. European leaders are urging President Trump not to act unilaterally on a potential peace deal with Ukraine.
In a virtual meeting, leaders of France, Germany, and some other NATO allies joined with Ukrainian President Zelensky to urge President Trump to get Russia's Vladimir Putin to agree to an immediate ceasefire and that territorial issues cannot be negotiated without Ukraine's participation. President Zelensky traveled to 10 Downing Street Thursday to meet with the British Prime Minister ahead of the Trump-Putin meeting Friday in Alaska. I'm Rory O'Neill.
With the return of Amtrak passenger train service to coastal Mississippi now just days away, leaders in several cities are ready.
Organizers have scheduled Amtrak Mardi Gras line celebrations in Gulfport, Pascagoula, Biloxi, and Bay St. Louis Saturday. The city of Ocean Springs will also host a block party, although it doesn't have an official stop along the route. Starting Monday, Amtrak will offer twice daily routes between Mobile and New Orleans, with stops in Bay St. Louis, Gulfport, Biloxi, and Pascagoula for the first time since 2005. John Summers, USA Radio News.
The percentage of American adults who say they consume alcohol is reaching a record low.
According to a recent Gallup poll, only 54% of respondents said they consume alcohol, and the low metric was repeated across several demographics, including gender, race, and age. Polling also found that adults age 35 and older were more likely to drink than their younger counterparts, and more men reportedly drank alcohol than women. The poll's findings come during a growing shift in Americans' belief on drinking and health effects. I'm Chris Carragio.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points, the S&P gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq fell by 2 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber, McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
GE Appliances is shifting production of refrigerators, gas ranges, and water heaters out of China and Mexico and back to the U.S.
The company's president and CEO says GE Appliances will expand operations in Kentucky, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, and South Carolina. The $3 billion investment's expected to add more than 1,000 jobs. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Supreme Court is declining to block a Mississippi law that imposes age verification across social media platforms.
The law was enacted last year and requires all users under 18 to verify their age as well as obtain parental consent to access social media sites. Mississippi's law addresses growing concerns about the negative impact of social media on young people. However, the industry group NetChoice argues that the restrictions violate free speech protections. I'm Brian Shook.
A U.S. Congresswoman says she's confident in the existence of what she describes as interdimensional beings.
Florida Republican Anna Paulina Luna was on the Joe Rogan podcast Wednesday and said she has met F-15 pilots who have had encounters with unidentified anomalous phenomena, or UAPs, which is the official government name for UFOs. Luna said there's definitely something that we don't know how to explain. She also said she believes in interdimensional beings who can operate through the time spaces that we currently have. Luna heads a House committee task force for the declassification of federal secrets. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, what do you say? Get that final hour underway. And I suppose I'll apologize for calling you an ass clown because you lost an hour. And
yes.
You can apologize for calling me a holiobe.
You should apologize publicly on my Facebook.
Oh, okay. It was literally
we're even now.
We were literally up to the last. It was the final minute of the show, and you popped up on the screen. I'm like, "What's he calling it at the last literal minute?" And you didn't realize you had lost an hour. You thought you were in a different time zone, right?
My bike automatically changes the time, but I still had it in my head that it was 5 minutes till 4.
I got you.
And it wasn't till you said you came on the air and said something instead of taking the call. Then I checked the time. I'm like, son of a bitch. When I crossed into Indianapolis, I lost that hour.
Right.
So, anyways.
So we left off. You filmed the crop duster. You saw the storm on the horizon. You weren't concerned. That was your journey. He says, you're on your way to Sturgis.
Yeah, real quick. Wasn't it one of the National Lampoon Vacations, Griswold kept seeing this attractive woman as he traveled?
Yes, that's correct.
Which one was it? Was
Christy Brinkley.
That wasn't the Christmas one. Yeah, which one was that when they went to the Disney? It wasn't Disneyland. What they call it in the movie?
They were headed off to see Marty Moose. They were. But it was Christy Brinkley that he kept seeing in the red sports car. That was the original.
Right,
vacation.
right. That was crazy. That was my experience, but it was a Jeep Wrangler.
Okay.
But anyways, I thought I was thinking about that, and then realized that it's kind of just like the movie. So, anyways, I'm in Minnesota, and when I stop to watch the crop duster, you'll hear me say in that video, there's a storm up ahead. But I wasn't really concerned with, getting on down the road and finding a place to camp at. I stayed there till nearly dark, filming this airplane. And so I traveled about another hour and went behind that fuel stop. And started setting my tent up. And I seen lightning, and I thought, well, that's not supposed to be there. And I looked at the radar, and that storm I'd been watching for 3 hours started a counterclockwise clockwise rotation and tripled in size. So then it's down below 90. I'm right at a fuel stop right off of 90. And I put that tent up as fast as I could. Normally, if I make it a permanent camper, I know a storm's coming, I got a 20-foot tarp I put over the tent and stake it in with real heavy stakes. I didn't have time to do that. As soon as I got in that tent, the 70-mile-an-hour wind hit the tent and got up under the air mattress and picked the whole works up and moved it about 6 inches and put it back down. Then this made the news, the local news there. It rained 2.5 inches in an hour.
Wow.
And so you saw the video. I'm just laying there, and I just started making... did you watch the whole thing?
Well, I was watching some of it live, sitting here doing the show. You know, we were on the air at the time, and I was kind of explaining. It looks like you got a. I said you've got a half inch or an inch of water standing in the tent, and the water just pouring into the damn thing.
Yeah, just gushing in like the window vents at the top and coming right through the fabric and everything. Just hammered. So. I had an inch or two of water in the tent around my air mattress, and then after 36 minutes, I started making all kinds of jokes and stuff. It's pretty funny watching it back. But after that, after the rain stopped, there's real bad lightning all around the area, and I thought, damn, I'm laying in the middle of a field in a puddle of water in a lightning storm.
Yeah.
So I got out of the tent and took all my stuff in the truck stop and put it in the dryer. And when I came back, the tent had, without my weight in it, it had blown into the motorcycle, and the long fiberglass poles and everything was all intermixed into the frame of the bike, you know, and like the winds were still real heavy. I had to yank that out. So this tent has 2 inches of water in it. It's got mud in it from me going in and out. And so I just threw that in the dumpster, and about a mile down the road was the sporting goods store in the morning. I think it's called Runnings. And, I went there and got a new tent, but that was a night of hell, and I was ready to sleep like a baby for 7 hours straight. If that storm didn't come, I was so exhausted that I could have just laid down and slept straight through for about 7 hours. And instead of sleeping, I'm up doing laundry, you know, drying out my stuff and all that, and taking that tent down and stuff. I only got about an hour and a half sleep that morning. Trying to think, where did I sleep? I did get an hour and a half. It might have been in one of the recliners in the laundry room there. It's like a mom and pop truck stop, and they had like 4 big brown leather recliners, you know, in the washers and dryers and stuff. But that was the worst storm I've ever been in. I really was scared at first when I pulled the radar up, and I was dead center. I put a picture on the Facebook of the radar. I'm dead center in the middle of it. You can see the counterclockwise rotation. I thought it might turn into a twister right on top of me.
Wow.
The other funny thing is the only storm in the entire country, the only thing on radar in the whole country happened to be right on top of me. How ironic is that? And now I just rode all the way back from Sturgis and didn't see a raindrop. I'm 50 miles from home, and I didn't get a drop of rain. That's not bad.
You done good, yeah.
1,700 miles.
Overall, would you say good?
But yeah, it's a real
good trip there and back. I mean, you spent a couple of days riding around out there and seeing some of the landmarks and whatnot.
Yeah. I met we sort of. We have a kind of a tight-knit group that all camps together, and we keep track of each other on Facebook throughout the year. And, you know, it was nice hanging out with everybody and seeing everybody again. And you never get tired of the rides there. Iron Bridge Road, that would be a neat little read for you on the air. Look up Iron Bridge Road, and it'll describe something like... 300 and some curves. They have these corkscrew bridges where you cross a bridge and the road goes in a circle and goes back under itself, and then the road splits. The lanes going each way, it splits and comes back together. So, but it's a neat description. It's like 300 and some curves, 4 corkscrew bridges, 2 splits, and 4 presidents, something like that. There's 4 tunnels, and when you go through the tunnel, somehow framed in the other end is Mount Rushmore. Like when you're going through the tunnel and you look off in the distance, you see the Mount Rushmore. But that is a really cool road, a lot of twisting, great for motorcycles.
Right.
It takes a certain skill level to not run off the damn thing. There's a bunch of 15-mile-per-hour switchbacks, and my neck was real stiff on the right side. I was thinking, man, if there's one more switchback, I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. You have to twist your head all the way around and look, where you're going to do the U-turn. And my neck was getting so stiff I couldn't hardly, ride them switchbacks anymore. Do you see the description of that road?
I did not.
Iron Mountain Road.
Oh, you said Iron Bridge Road.
See if you can find that.
Iron Mountain Road?
I'm sorry, Iron Mountain Road, Sturgis. Yeah, Iron Mountain Road, Sturgis. I believe I like that better than Tail of the Dragon. I think that might be my favorite motorcycle road in the country that I've experienced. I rode that. It was getting near evening. It was dusk, and it's a drizzle. It was wet when I rode it, but it's really neat. Now, what's nice is I went to Sturgis late. Some people come early and they watch it build up, and then they go home, like on Wednesday. I got there on Wednesday, and the party winded down. So the riding, I got to experience all the rides without somebody faster than me behind me wanting to get by, or somebody slower than me holding me up. There was nobody on the rides when I did Iron Mountain Road, and went to the Badlands and Needles National Park. All these places, I got to go to without a lot of traffic. But and then Scooter Tramp Scotty, years ago, he wrote for Easy Rider magazine before there was such thing as YouTube. He's been living on his motorcycle for 30 years. And I used to read his articles, and then I started watching him on YouTube. And, just thought he was really cool. And then I met him about 10 years ago at Rolling Thunder in D.C., and he invited me to come out to Sturgis, and I did. And it's kind of cool now. I camp out with him. I call him on the phone. We joke around and stuff. I'm going to be in his next video. Somebody that you kind of idolize, and now you're just good buddies with. That's kind of cool. And that I camp out with him and some other guys I used to watch on YouTube. But you don't have to be in the motorcycle. If you're just into interesting travel, there's not a place in this country that he hasn't been to. He winters in Mexico. But that was a lot of fun spending the week with him again.
So did you set up, is that a new Facebook page you set up because you said you are what are you considered a social media presenter? What the hell do you call yourself now?
Yeah, they just put that on there. I didn't do that.
No, digital creator.
Oh, you're talking about my...
Yeah, your profile is you are
I
a
didn't
digital
do that.
creator. Okay.
Yeah, Steve, I didn't put that on there. I noticed this other people's getting that put on too.
Okay.
So mine says that now.
Yeah, I thought you were doing that because
If you go to my regular Facebook...
That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, I thought it's because you were documenting your trip out there that you considered yourself like a digital creator looking to make money via YouTube or something.
Yeah, I don't know at what point they decide you're a digital creator. I didn't put that in my profile myself. Facebook put that up. Unless I clicked on something or accidentally they might have prompted me by doing this. You're considering yourself a digital creator, or,
right.
You putting 2 videos up in one day. I don't know. I don't know how that got up there, but I've been noticing that among some of my other friends that they're not in this for money or anything. They don't even have big followings, and all of a sudden it says digital creator on their Facebook. But yeah, I always put a little something up to let there's certain, my dad or his wife and stuff, people that's wondering, if you're all right, how you doing, you didn't have an accident and stuff. I kind of update, put my location and put a photo up or something at least daily, that
well, it looked
people
like
can keep track.
It looked like a fascinating journey, Spaceman. So when are you going to go back to trucking? When you get back behind the wheel?
Monday. It does suck. Like at Roadway, I had 6 weeks vacation, and I'd go out 4 or 5 weeks. I'm just now feeling like, getting into it. I'm in the groove good now. My bike's packed right. It feels like there's less in it than when I left, and my riding's real good and smooth. You know what I mean? I'd love to just stay out 4 more weeks, but I got to go back to work Monday.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Back to the old
this
grind.
time last year, Steve.
Yes.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, this time last year, what?
This last year, I was getting a quintuple bypass, August 27th. August 27th, I'm having open heart surgery. This August, I'm riding halfway across the country on a motorcycle.
Wow. How about
that? That's a big life change.
You come a long way,
I was off work
man.
7 months.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Well, people have been asking about you, and I said,
all right, brother.
Last time we spoke was like just before Christmas there last year, so it's been a while. Don't be a stranger, Spaceman.
Oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to get back in the groove of calling again. All right, well, I'm going to hop on the bike here. I'll be at home in an hour. So,
all right. Well, thanks for sharing then. Glad you had an enjoyable journey. That's a lot of miles all the way out there. And, of course, 50 miles from the home 20. Be safe. A lot of folks have accidents within a few miles of the home 20. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, great to hear from Spaceman. It's been a long time. I found, he was talking about Iron Mountain Road, also known as U.S. Highway 16A. A scenic 17-mile stretch of road in the Black Hills of South Dakota. It's almost like an off-road adventure. The road is designed for a leisurely pace with a recommended speed of 20 miles an hour to fully appreciate the scenery. Be cautious of wildlife crossing the road, especially during dawn and dusk. Particularly during winter, check for potential closures or restrictions. It's open year-round, but the best time to visit spring, summer, and fall. But it says plan for a 45 to 60-minute drive to complete the 17-mile stretch, not including time for stops along the way to take photos. Let's see, spiraling bridges that loop over themselves, allowing the road to climb or descend. 3 tunnels that are carved through granite that frame views of Mount Rushmore. Numerous curves and switchbacks designed to slow traffic, enhance the scenic experience. A wildlife corridor. Be prepared to encounter bison, deer, and other animals. Breathtaking views of the Black Hills, including ponderosa pines, granite formations, forests. Pretty cool. So, just part of the adventure, right? All right, Blind Man, good morning.
Good morning, Steve. I am somewhat familiar with Alaska. My sister lives up there, and according to her, she just got her royalty check from the oil companies. I think it was $3,000 this year. Once a year, every citizen does get a royalty check.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad to see that the North Slope has been reopened. They're drilling up there. And as I was listening to Sean Hannity yesterday, he's up in Anchorage for Putin's
summit today, yeah.
So they had the governor of Alaska on, and he was talking about what it's like living up there. It's a very interesting state, and it's really unusual. I don't think there's any state tax or anything like that. The government gets their money from the oil companies and gas companies. Now, they're going to build, from what I heard, they're going to build a gas pipeline. I guess it's going to run along the oil pipeline that was built in, I think, the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And that ought to be really interesting. So they're really gearing up there, and everybody seems to be in a very happy mood thanks to Donald Trump.
How about that? Very interesting.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to get a check in the mail every year for a couple grand. I'd like that.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you live up there, and they give you a check once a year.
I don't know if I don't know that I'd be willing. The trade out is you got to live in Alaska, and man, oh man, it gets mighty cold there in the wintertime.
Oh yes, it does. My sister tells me when she calls me, she says it's snowing out there, and the temperature is something like 0 degrees, or another time it was like 20 below. Sometimes they get the warm air from Hawaii, and it's been known in the middle of the wintertime the temperature would get up to maybe 50 degrees, which is considered a heat wave in the middle of the winter.
Wow. All righty. Well, Blind Man, I appreciate you.
I asked her if they have any thunderstorms, and she says maybe 1 or 2 in Anchorage. If you go further inland, like Fairbanks, that's where they have thunderstorms that cause all the forest fires.
Gotcha. All righty. Well, hey, we're at the news break, bottom of the hour, so hey, have a great weekend there when you get around to it. Blind Man, appreciate you checking in. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Certain great things can be gained in the first. It's going to be a very important meeting, but it's setting the table.
President Trump says his virtual meeting with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky was a 10.
The president said that's how he'd rate the call that also included Vice President Vance and European allies.
We had a very good call. He was on the call. President Zelensky was on the call.
The call came prior to a summit with Vladimir Putin on Friday in Alaska. Trump again said the Ukraine-Russia war is not his. It belongs to former President Biden, but said he'll impose severe penalties on Russia if Putin won't agree to a deal. Zelensky has said that Ukraine won't give up any territory to Russia and will not give up trying to gain NATO membership. Russia has demanded Ukraine give up land to reach a deal to end the war. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed with stocks mixed.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 11 points, the S&P gained 1 point, and the Nasdaq fell by 2 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medi-Share and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, kind of rolling down the home stretch here. In regards to, I guess, going back to our discussion there about Washington, D.C., questioning, is it really necessary for the president to be doing what he's doing? Of course, those on the left say no. This guy's out of control. He just wants to be a dictator. He wants to tell everybody what they can and can't do. Jared shared several different tidbits here. Steve, look for the clip of then Senator Joe Biden from about 1993, speaking on the Senate floor, how he runs red lights at night in D.C. so he won't get carjacked. Yeah, let's see. Last white mayor of D.C. was when? 1960s? Yeah, last Republican was when? Never? Never. Meanwhile, 5-7's on board. He said 49 arrested last night, 29 illegals detained, homeless camps being pulled down. It's safer. Yeah, obviously, more stats are to come. Remember, it's only been a few days. They're just getting this started. Now, the homeless camps, some people are saying, what are you going to do with the homeless people? What are you going to do? Yeah, they're being offered shelter in some form or fashion, some place to stay. I think they're telling some of the addicts and whatnot, you can come in for treatment and help and mental assistance. But if they refuse, where they going to put? I guess you got to go somewhere else. All right, thank you very much. Then in regards to Spaceman, Jared in Missouri said, great to hear from the Pennsylvania spaceman. I'm glad he's still out there and recovering from his surgery, from this time last year. Wonderful to hear that he's enjoying life to the fullest. All right. Thank you much. Buster here on a Friday morning. What's happening, Buster?
Oh, my goodness, Steve. So much going on. So many angles. Yeah. Blind man, my buddy at UPS in Missoula, Montana, has been 12 years there. Used to be a law Marine, policeman for 13 in Maryville. Then he got on with UPS and then in Missoula before the Chinese virus. And he's leaving us. He's going back into law enforcement. He's going to be going to the academy up in Alaska. He reports to the training for until May in January. So stay tuned, the blind man. I'll give you some more verbiage and find out what his money will be next year. Mm-hmm. He's getting a bonus. His wife's getting a bonus, or she's going to be a school teacher up there. But they look, like I said, they just can't afford to have a house and stuff, buy land up in Missouri, Montana. They've got priced out of it. Secondly, Spaceman, is he not? You used to be now a Teamster at UPS now?
He is with UPS now, correct?
Right, because I remember he said roadway. Yeah. I talked to another driver who used to be with me in package, and he went up at the feeders. I saw him on the yard this evening, and he's taking the buyout. And cause I didn't get to say to him, I said, well, after taxes, it's It's about as much as you get paid for 7 weeks of vacations.
Was he close to retirement?
Go ahead.
Was he close to retirement time anyway? So he taking advantage of.
I think so. He's been. Yeah, he has a son who went to public school. My daughter went to private, and now is a practitioner in Texas. But everybody's got different ways how they handle their money, and mine's been giving back. Just giving back, and but anyway, I'm staying. But I told the company I would have probably taken it if they've offered me $10,000 a year because I've never had workman's comp injury, and I came off the street, and I've never been a 9-5 guy. I was always kind of a Jim Casey workaholic, and I still am. I'm looking forward to getting on to the division, the deliver medical refrigerant stuff. Last month we had 3 trailers that had refrigerator components on the front end of the rear end of the feeder thing, and now we've got about 12 of them parked there. Because I think when they get the AI all built, they'll be ready to start doing it. Because evidently management tells me that's what this lady Carol. And by the way, everybody, customers as well. There's a website you can go out there and ask Carol, whatever her name is, from Home Depot to resign. Ask her to get the hell out of UPS because she's not brown blood. She's just what that guy gets, a hatchman. But real quick, Steve, today I noticed Dropbox was missing at one of my stops. I go by it all the time. I use it as a place to throw in letters and stuff because I work late. So I use it as my safety valve. So I call another driver to meet me to get the letters. And Dropbox was missing. So I called in, and both my management personnel was there. I said, the Dropbox is missing from the community center. Where are people now going to drop off stuff? She gets my supervisor on. He says, from now on, Sevier County, Great Smoky Mountains, Pigeon Forge, Sevier, only has 2 drop boxes, and that's one in Gatlinburg and one near the high school, near the airport, near Sevier County High School in Sevierville. And that breaks my heart because how the heaven do we grow the company if we're not going to have human beings and AI, and then we do this, and then now they've taken away picture taking. They did that about when I was on vacation in July. So I never did use the picture taking except on unique deliveries, high value, boxes are open. I refused to because I knew what happened 20 years ago. They got fussy about sending text messages in and said it cost us 35 cents every time. I mean, it's so wild that we have a $2 billion company, and they keep doing this cost cutting, and now you give away drop boxes. And in closing, Steve, I guess the callers like our preacher gentleman, but they want you to go to Sevierville to get your packages when you use the access point because there's no longer access points except at Sevierville City, someplace there, a UPS store or wherever. We used to use Advance Auto. It blows me away. I hope you could dissect some of this stuff. We should get a Teamster president or something from out of Cincinnati. Just talk shop. But, morale's pretty bad. Everybody's kind of scared, but we do know they're putting all their eggs in the refrigerant business of medical delivery. So that's what I'm planning on doing. Okay. I'm just going to hold on with moving off my route and going into maybe smaller vans. I know probably I'll have my air conditioning, but I'll be in my 70. So, hell, that'd probably be a good thing to have. One last thing, Steve, please. I'll see you guys at the map thing, but talk it up with Steve on his birthday. But what Spaceman said, that you've got your fall festival down at the Custer State Park where they round up the bison, and that's a big deal, kind of like Chickatee Island in July. And Custer State Park is one of the premier state parks in America. And I do think they've got a lodge. And if you go after that roundup, you also would have some fall colors from the aspens and all. So
good deal.
All right, Steve, I guess I've wore up my welcome.
Okay, good to hear from you there. Buster, thanks for the update. Yeah, at UPS, we've had a lot in the news as of late with UPS. We got a Friday TGIF. Pappy, what's happening?
What's going on, Steve? A little sore when the Novocaine wore out, but honestly, I'll be honest, it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. But man, yeah, I called in earlier. I let the dog out, and usually he goes out, and he's out there for just a minute or two and comes right back in. Steve, I thought he got out, man. I had to hang up, put my boots on, and go out there and find his butt, but he was still out there doing his thing. He didn't get out or anything. But hey, man, I want to let's talk about DC for a second. The old saying, "Hey, we can't have a cop on every corner," right? Well, that's kind of what Trump's trying to do here. And no, Eagle, they're not walking around with guns, right? But just their presence is a deterrent. If they're standing outside a 7-Eleven or a Walmart or whatever, I think somebody's going to be not too, a little bit more hesitant, let's say, to go in and do a smash and grab. And so just their presence there is a deterrent. Steve, I'm going back many, many moons. I was a rookie and took a report where somebody had some golf clubs stolen out of their attached garage to their house. Okay? So I took it as a burglary report. Enter into a dwelling and steal something. It's a burglary, okay? I turned it in, and the boss was like, you need to change that to a theft. I'm like, huh? It's a burglary, boss. He goes, no, technically it is, but I was in a nicer area of the county, and we don't want them to think we had burglaries. I just changed that to a theft. Okay, boss.
Okay.
So the point to that is these stats can be manipulated. Steve, just turn on the damn TV, man. Come on. Trying to say crime rate ain't up. Just turn on the TV, man. I don't watch local news too much anymore. I remember, I think we even talked about it on your show, Steve. I turned on the local news a couple months back, and the first 15 minutes wasn't nothing but robbery, shootings, right? And real quick, Steve, I'll get off of here. There's several different types of reports we take. Depending on what kind of report we take, depending on whether the FBI gets that stat or not. Okay? We can actually take a person shot. Okay? This has happened many a times. A lot of time when somebody gets shot, Steve, they're usually, let's say not your upstanding citizens. Okay? A lot of times they don't want to press charges, Steve. They refuse to cooperate with us. Right? Happens all the time. You sign a waiver, you don't want to prosecute. Oh, yeah, sign right here. Okay, that gets closed out. FBI does not get that statistic on a person being shot. We don't even investigate it because the victim don't want to do nothing about it.
And normally that's probably
gang members get shot all the time.
Gang members and drug-related stuff, right?
Yes, sir. Who's committing all the crimes out here, Steve? And when they get shot, they don't want to cooperate with us. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to talk. They don't want to cooperate. They don't want to file a report. It just gets swept under the rug. But you made a very good point. The people that live in these cities knows what the crime rate's like. Ain't no fooling them. Know what it's like. All right, appreciate you taking the call, Steve. Everybody have a safe weekend. I am off the weekend, took tonight off, and I'm off the weekend. Let this thing heal up. So everybody hammer down, be safe. Appreciate you.
All right, thanks for checking in here, Casual Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Obviously, more details will be forthcoming out of the Fort Pierce, Florida, where 3 people killed after a semi-truck trying to make a U-turn on the Florida Turnpike. Somebody gets a Dumbass of the Week nominee. When I say more details, I have no idea what company they were operating for, whether they had English language proficiency and all that stuff. But according to WPTV, a semi-truck trying to make a U-turn at the official use only turn and actually trying to get into that U-turn from the right lane, actually crossing in front of a minivan in the left lane. Driver of the minivan unable to stop and avoid the semi. The semi then jackknifed, tipped over, coming to rest on top of the minivan, according to the St. Lucia County Sheriff's Office. WPTV reports the 30-year-old driver, 2 passengers, a 37-year-old female, 54-year-old man, all pretty much crushed. Long story short there, but prayers for the family. Steve in Columbus, morning. All the listeners out there, it's the best day of the week. Looking forward to a nice couple days off. Might get a little fishing done, just not sure. But the coffee's hot, the car's ready. Time to head in town, see what the day brings us. Everybody, enjoy. Oh, there is Truck and Phil. Happy Casual Friday. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Looking at 64 warm into 87. Another warm day there, Fort Wayne, 65 to 86 for Navajo, Michigan. Shout out to the Knucklebuster. Roll on. Have a great weekend, everybody. Hey, it's only 132 days till Christmas. Semper Fi. There he is, Truck and Phil. Yeah, we didn't hear from Knucklebuster this morning, did we? Well, good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Steve, and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Farquharson impersonator of the Overnight Drive, the man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Well, Steve, we had some interesting news you found out this morning during Spaceman's call. We did not realize you are now impotent. Spaceman offered you a couple of condoms, and you said you have no more use for them. I feel for you, brother. That's a little embarrassing thing to admit. Well, and now a word from our sponsor. Since it seems that the Inbred Rednecks calendar has turned into a flop because we haven't heard anything more about it, GMA and BS Enterprises is introducing our own calendar. It is the impersonator on the beach in either his Speedo or his Mankini in different poses as his different impersonations. Of course, it'll be featuring the Charlie Farquharson impersonator. You'll also have the Knucklebuster impersonator, the Captain Rod impersonator, the Monkey Gouger impersonator, the right wingnut impersonator, and so long and so forth. Yes, unfortunately, the blind man has refused to visually inspect these calendars. I may even try to get Mrs. Farquharson to do it, and she won't do it either. But, ladies, for the incredible low price of $19.95, you can order one of these calendars. But wait, there's more. For the incredible low price of $49.95, you can get two of these calendars. That's right, folks, that's an over $10 value. Just remember, our motto here at GMA and BS Enterprises, brought to you by the founder's late great father, the West Virginia werewolf, we'll cheat you. Treat you, right? Back to you, Steve.
Have a great weekend. Thank you there, Charlie. Or maybe not. All right, quickly, a couple of comments here in regards. Let me start with D.C. and National Guard, unarmed. Let's see. One says, I think the purpose of the D.C. National Guard being unarmed is to be there to remove the homeless encampments. Yeah, they have the construction equipment and things of that nature. But keep in mind, the D.C. police are now federalized with guns. The Capitol Park Police backing them with guns. Homeland Security backing them with lots of firepower. And we know there are, well, according to the original announcement, we've got FBI. Yeah, we've got some Secret Service on the streets. Uncle Chops says, I enjoy these programs. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Thanks for sharing. Everybody have a great weekend. Gary pretty much says the same. Steve, always a great show. Thank you, Hot Shot Secret. God bless all you hardworking Americans. All the overnight crew have a blessed weekend and safe travels out there. Jared, thank you very much. He says, have a pleasant weekend with the family there, Steve. I might go to the grocery store down the street. We'll see. Everybody take it easy in your neck of the woods around the country as well. 5-7, enjoy your weekend. Over and out, as he likes to say. All right, just like that, indeed, we will close out a Friday edition. What are we looking at? Here come the weekend. Safe travels out there for all, wherever your journeys may take you. And we'll come back here at the midnight hour Eastern time and kick things off for a brand new week. Sunday night into a Monday morning for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I